Hey guys, tonight we're drifting out beyond the reef into the endless blue of the South Pacific, where waves lap against slender hulls carved from giant breadfruit trees, and the sky meets the sea in a seamless whisper of turquoise. You feel the salt-scented breeze against your skin, hear the soft creaking of oars in their sockets, and sense something curious bobbing at the prow. A carved rooster's head, its comb raised like a battle standard against the horizon. You probably won't survive this epic of the waves without wondering why a bird best known for crowing at dawn would find its way onto a canoe meant for navigating moonlit currents. So, before you get comfortable, take a moment to like the video and subscribe, but only if you genuinely enjoy what I do here. And hey, drop your city and local time in the comments. I love seeing where everyone's tuning in from. Now, dim the lights, maybe turn on a fan for that soft background hum, and let's ease into tonight's journey together. You begin your voyage with the Tongan archipelago's oldest legends that the first canoes were fashioned by ancestors who heard the ocean's voice in bird calls. Mainstream archaeological research confirms that Polynesian voyaging reached Tonga around 800 years ago, with outrigger canoes carrying settlers across vast swaths of ocean masterpieces of balance and sail that redefined human exploration. In Tonga, those early hulls were simple, carved from the single trunks of towering breadfruit or tamanu trees, smoothed by shell scrapers and fire-hardened in camp pits. By necessity, they were slender and buoyant, perfect for weaving through coral gardens and braving open channels. Yet, by around the 14th century, CE Tongan canoe builders began adding intricate carvings to their waka canoes, and nowhere was this more striking than at the prow. There, a rooster's head might jut forward, beak sharp and eyes alert. It's a quirk that makes little sense at first. Roosters don't swim, don't dive, and rarely venture far from roosts on land. Historians still debate whether the practice of mounting rooster heads on prows originated as an homage to imported livestock or as a stylized symbol borrowed from earlier lapita motifs. Some suggest that faint similarities between rooster combs and the undulating wave patterns carved on ancient pottery hint at an aesthetic evolution rather than a literal symbol. Imagine the canoe's prow slicing through a ribbon of phosphorescent plankton at night, the carved rooster painted in bright red and lustrous black, catching moonlight like an omen. A fringe account in a 19th century missionary's notebook claims that some coastal villages believed the rooster carving could crow without opening its beak, signaling approaching storms or guiding lost fishermen home. Whether this was poetic legend or a real folk belief is up for debate, but the image persists, a silent sentinel whose presence feels more alive than any inanimate wood. In those earliest carvings, the rooster heads were modest, just a stylized crest and a curved beak roughly the size of a human fist. But as canoes grew larger and voyages more ambitious, the carvings swelled in scale. By the era of the Tonga Empire, roughly 900–1500 CE, waka could carry dozens of warriors, craftsmen, and navigators, and their rooster heads grew proportionally vast, sometimes nearly a meter long, carved with flowing lines that highlighted the bird's proud posture. Mainstream historians note that mass canoe building peaked during the empire's maritime expansion, when Tongan fleets projected power as far as Fiji and Samoa. In that context, the rooster carving may have been a way to signal both martial readiness and the spiritual protection of court-sanctioned animal symbolism. But why a rooster? In Tonga, the arrival of chickens is believed to have occurred with the first Lapita settlers, and by the time complex chiefdoms emerged, roosters were both valuable livestock and ritual offerings. Their dawn crow was likened to the sun's awakening, a metaphor for renewal and authority. Some elders still recount a mythic tale of the primordial rooster Haikaga, whose crow split the night and stirred the demigods of wind and wave. Yet, the direct link between that myth and canoe figureheads remains. Murky historians still argue whether Haikaga's story was crafted to explain an already existing carving tradition, or if the carvings were inspired by an ancient chant that predated widespread literacy in Tonga. You trace your gaze along the canoe's sleek side, imagining ocean spray glinting off those carved feathers. Early European explorers, led by Abel Tasman in 1643, and later James Cook, remarked on these figureheads with bewildered admiration. Tasman's journal entry notes canoes with bird heads that seem both alien and alive, though he misidentified them as eagles and hawks. Cook, on his third voyage, was equally mystified. The Tongans carve bird heads upon their prows, not for beauty alone, but because they hold sway over wind and tide. He conjectured without explaining how he arrived at that conclusion. Despite these colonial interpretations, the true purpose of the rooster head remained an enigma to outsiders. Modern ethnographers visiting Tonga in the 1960s recorded villagers referring to the carvings as uluipo, a term roughly translating to watchful guardian in Tongan, though linguistic scholars still debate its precise ancient usage. The people who paddled these canoes inherited the knowledge of when and how to use those carvings, how to paint them with coca bark dye to imbue them with symbolic potency, and when to perform sa-o-faiga blessing ceremonies that involve chanting to the aumakua, or family gods, to empower the figurehead before a voyage. Today you can see replicas of rooster-headed waka displayed in Tonga's museums, meticulously restored by carvers who still use traditional adzes and shell scrapers. These museum pieces reveal a remarkable continuity of technique. The carving grooves remain thin and precise, matching patterns described in early ethnographic drawings. Even as modern tools have been adopted, many craftsmen insist on using stone adzes for finishing touches, a nod to ancestral craftsmanship. So, as you lie back hearing the gentle lap of imagined waves, picture that carved rooster's head guiding the canoe through darkness and dawn alike. Its crest points toward the sunrise. Its beak cuts through uncertainty. Whether it stands for vigilance, ancestral power, or simply the joy of witnessing a creature's proud stance against the elements, its presence on Tongan canoes remains one of the Pacific's most haunting and beautiful mysteries. You're rocking gently to the motion of the waka, now the lilt of waves against its slender hull, lulling you into a half-dream state, yet your mind crackles with curiosity. This vessel isn't just a boat. It's a floating tapestry woven from millennia of sea lore and homegrown ingenuity. In Tonga, these canoes called waka embody a lineage that stretches back to the first Polynesian navigators who read the stars like open scrolls and the swell of the ocean like a familiar heartbeat. Polynesian voyaging itself began around 3,000 years ago when skilled sailors left island after island carrying breadfruit and taro plants in bark crates and following migratory birds toward new horizons. Tonga emerged as a crucial waypoint in this vast network, its people mastering outrigger canoe designs that balanced stability with speed. Mainstream archaeological digs on Iuo Island have uncovered stone adzes and shell scrapers, dating to roughly 900 BCE, evidence of early canoe construction and maintenance workshops. You probably won't survive without appreciating that these ancient shipwrights could trim a hull so precisely it sliced through surf like a shark through fish school. Bonus joke. It's the original speedboat, no engine, just an endless sea of determination. What set Tongan waka apart was their outrigger configuration, a single ama floating outrigger lashed to a sturdy ayato crossbeam, providing just enough counterbalance to keep the canoe upright while hugging tight to the hull for minimal drag. This wasn't copied wholesale from Samoa or Fiji. It was adapted. Tonga's reef-strewn lagoons required canoes nimble enough to dodge hidden coral heads, yet robust enough to venture into open channels. Historians still argue whether the single outrigger design predates Tongan settlement or evolved in situ as Tongans learned to surf reef passes. Imagine the first canoe builder, let's call him Lupe, because why not scouring a fallen Tamanu log on Tongatapu's northern coast? He'd carve down the trunk with shell tools, then reverently test it in calm waters. When it held his weight, they'd celebrate like it just won gold at the World Canoe Olympics. Fringe oral traditions claim Lupe carved little bird silhouettes along the gunwale to honor seabirds guiding canoes. Whether that's poetic license or an echo of genuine lapita motifs is anyone's guess. As chiefdoms emerged around 1000 CE, waka grew larger, capable of carrying dozens of warriors, gardeners, and skilled navigators. These double-hulled canoes, called kalia in Tongan, boasted two hulls connected by longitudinals offering superior load capacity. Mainstream ethno-historical sources note that Kalia design spread from Tonga to other parts of Polynesia by the 13th century, a testament to Tonga's maritime influence. Some scholars suggest the Kalia's initial use wasn't just for war or trade, but for ceremonial, long-distance visits to fiercely competitive sister islands. Imagine sending a giant canoe as a wedding gift. Joke, here's 50 men, 3 pigs, and an outrigger, happy anniversary. But innovation didn't stop at hull shape. Tongans developed an asymmetrical outrigger system, where the ama sat closer to the starboard side, allowing canoes to tack windward more efficiently. Mainstream maritime studies confirm that this configuration gave Tongans an edge in prevailing trade winds patterns crucial for return voyages from Fiji or Samoa. Historians still debate whether this asymmetry was a regional fad or an intentional refinement based on wind-tide observations passed down in poetic fa'ahi chants. Whatever the case, you'd feel the jiggle of the ama under your elbow as you coast along like your butt is riding a friendly seahorse. Even the waka's sail rigging showed Tongan flair. Early sails crafted from pandanus mats were cut and woven to curve slightly convex toward the wind, giving them a fuller shape than flat sails elsewhere in Polynesia. This borrowed a page from Micronesian fore and aft sail designs and blended it with local pandanus weaving techniques. Fringe textile lore suggests that pandanus fibers, woven on certain nights of the lunar calendar, produced stronger sails, but mainstream carbon-14 dating of recovered sail remnants pegs their age firmly in a continuous tradition from the 13th century onward. The sight of that curved sail billowing in trade winds must have been the Pacific's version of a rock concert light sound, and a whole lot of energy released at once. Of course, no waka lineage is complete without acknowledging the navigation methods that kept Tongans from becoming driftwood. They read the night sky like it was written in their mother's handwriting, stars shifting position tied to seasonal migrations of birds. When you see a waka's prow decorated with a rooster's comb, yes, we'll get to that in Section 3, it's not just quirky art. It may symbolize the rooster's early warning call, echoing the navigator's alertness to changing conditions. Historians still argue whether rooster symbolism in navigation rituals originated from indigenous practice or was syncretized after chickens arrived, but the link between bird calls and wayfinding runs deep in Pacific lore. Another Tongan twist was their hull ornamentation beyond figureheads, like layered scallop shell inlays along the gunwale, reflecting moonlight on calm nights to help keep the canoe on course. Fringe ethnomusicologists record songs that describe pearls of moonlight dancing on wood, likely referencing these shell strips. Mainstream maritime archaeologists caution that shell inlays might have been too fragile for heavy use, suggesting they adorned chiefly canoes reserved for ceremonial voyages rather than everyday fishing trips. But when you're paddling under starlight, a little extra moonbeam couldn't hurt. And, let's not forget the yam rig, a unique Tongan practice of carrying tuber crops in woven baskets suspended from crossbeams, both a practical way to transport food and a clever source of ballast, keeping the canoe stable in heavy seas. Mainstream agricultural histories note that moving root crops between islands was essential for sustaining remote communities, and waka served as floating gardens. Historians still debate whether the yam baskets doubled as early desalination units, water draining through woven fibers was thought to remove salt, but local lore insists it's a myth. You wouldn't want to test it by drinking seawater, but the image of a canoe that moonlights as a salad spinner is delightfully absurd. Over time, as European contact introduced iron tools and Western shipbuilding concepts, Tongan waka builders selectively integrated these innovations, using metal adzes for rough cuts while retaining shell scrapers for fine finishing. They even experimented with centerboards, flat wooden planks, dropped through hull chocks to resist leeway. Mainstream nautical histories document these adaptations in missionary records from the mid-19th century, noting that some Tongans preferred centerboards over sails in choppy channels. Historians still argue whether such hybrid boats qualify as traditional, but you can't knock cultural evolution. Joke: why did the Tongan canoe cross the Pacific to get to the centerboard? Throughout all these refinements, the social fabric of waka building remained a communal affair. Entire clans gathered for ho'omatai canoe-building festivals, where wood-felling, timber-shaping, and sailing knot-tying skills were passed from elders to eager adolescents. These festivals included competitive races, feasting on roast pig, and chanting genealogies that recited every ancestor who'd guided a canoe home. Fringe anthropologists marvel at the possible mnemonic value of these chants, like musical GPS coordinates, while mainstream cultural historians view them as vital for social cohesion and the transmission of craftsmanship across generations. So, as the waka glides over phosphorescent trails, you feel the weight of its lineage beneath your buttocks. It's a lineage of star maps and reef passes, of shell-inlaid gunnels and yam-laden crossbeams, of shared labor and twilight chants. The waka isn't just a craft. It's a living archive, carved in wood and woven into the bodies and memories of Tongans who dared to dream beyond the horizon. And here, perched at the stern, with your oar dipping rhythmically, you sense that every groove in the hull, every lash of sennit-binding beam to outrigger, carries whispers of ancestors who paddled first into unknown seas. You might never paddle such a voyage, but you can feel its pulse in every roll and sway, a testament to Tongan canoe lineage that blended Polynesian wanderlust with homegrown brilliance, steering human imagination across an endless ocean. You lean forward as the canoe drifts in gentle swells, the rooster head carving at the prow, catching stray rays of sun like a living flame. Why a rooster of all creatures, pecking tomorrow's dawn from splintered breadfruit wood? The answer lies in the animal symbolism that roots Tongan canoe art in both everyday life and sacred lore, blending livestock pragmatism with divine metaphor in ways you probably won't see coming unless you've spent mornings chasing stubborn roosters out of your own kitchen. First, consider the rooster's role in Tongan society. Chickens arrived in Tonga with early Lapita settlers around 1000 BCE, carried in woven baskets alongside taro and bananas. By the time chiefly lineages took shape, roosters were more than breakfast providers. They were status symbols. A chief's poultry yard might boast birds with vibrant combs and fierce crowing contests at dawn, their fights drawing wagers and bloodlines drawn with as much care as any human genealogy. Mainstream ethnographic surveys confirm that cockfighting was institutionalized in Tonga by the 14th century, with winners granted entry into chiefly councils. Historians still debate whether cockfighting's function was chiefly recreational or an intricate ritual echoing ancestral battles, but either way, roosters carried mana spiritual power worthy of being carved in wood. Imagine the canoe's prow, a rooster head raised in alert defiance, comb jagged like the ridges of volcanic islands. When you see it, you feel anticipation, a tension between calm sea and breaking wave. In Tongan belief, roosters crow not just at dawn, but at threshold moments, before storms, before guests arrive, before hunters venture into forests. A rooster's cry signals transition, a moment when the ordinary slips into the extraordinary. Some elders still recount that a rooster carved on a canoe could crow in the navigator's mind, an auditory omen guiding choices in starless nights. Whether this inner crow was poetic talk or genuine trance state remains contentious. Historians still argue whether Polynesian voyagers used animal-human voice metaphors as navigational mnemonics or simply loved a good metaphor, but the image lingers like salt spray on your lips. Beyond Cock's real-world prowess, the rooster held mythic significance. In Tongan cosmology, a primordial bird named Hika'a, whose comb blazed like dawn, once challenged the sun god Maloa to a crowing contest, winning the right to signal daylight's arrival. This legend, preserved in fragmentary chants recorded by 19th century missionaries, portrays the rooster as cosmic herald, bridging earth and sky. Some scholars suggest the Hika'a tale was retrofitted to explain an existing carving tradition, while others argue the legend predates figureheads and inspired them. Historians still debate the chicken and egg question: did myth shape carving, or did carving cement myth? Either way, the rooster emerged as both creature and divine collaborator. Then there's pragmatic animal protection. Chickens often graze near shorelines, scratching for insects in driftwood and offering early warning when predators monitor lizards or prowling dogs approached. Sailors noticed that roosters perched near canoe prows to catch morning breezes acted like natural alarms. Mounting a rooster head on the prow was akin to strapping a watchdog to the bow, minus the barking. Whether carved roosters truly intimidated opportunistic seabirds, or simply symbolized vigilance, the link between avian alertness and safe navigation felt logical to Tongans who trusted both instincts and ancestors. The rooster's masculine symbolism also resonated in a warrior culture. Male roosters with spurs sharp enough to draw blood embodied martial prowess. Warriors boarding a canoe adorned with a feathered figurehead might feel a surge of comb-fueled confidence. Today, I fight with the rooster's courage. They might joke over morning kava if Tongans were prone to puns. Mainstream examinations of Tongan war rituals show warriors tattooed rooster motifs on their shoulders, believing the bird's aggressive spirit would merge with their own. Historians still argue whether these tattoos stemmed from battlefield pragmatism or mythic identification. Did troops see roosters as role models, or did they simply admire a confident strutter? But the overlap between martial identity and rooster imagery is unmistakable. Animal symbolism extended even further. Roosters represented renewal and fertility. Their dawn crowing was a daily rebirth, a reminder that life endures. Canoes bearing rooster heads thus carried a talisman of constancy, a promise that no matter how dark the nightlight and safe harbor awaited. Farmers offered roosters to agricultural deities before planting, hoping for good rains. Similarly, seafarers offered carved roosters to the ocean's spirits before departure, seeking calm passage. Fringe oral narratives claim that carved rooster heads were once adorned with small fish bones in their beaks, an offering to Tui Fale, spirit of the reefs, though mainstream researchers question whether bone inlays survived long at sea. Either way, the rooster's mouth, whether empty or stuffed, signified a conduit between carved wood and living sea, between human petition and divine response. Coloring amplified symbolism. Rooster figureheads weren't left as bare wood. They were painted in vibrant hues, combs in bright red ochre mixed with palm oil binder beaks in luminous yellow, from turmeric or local clay, and wattles in deep blue ground lapis lazuli, traded from Fiji. Mainstream pigment analyses reveal these colors persisted in coastal canoe sheds well into the 18th century. Historians still debate whether color choices followed a Proto-Tongan color code where red signified war, blue signified diplomacy, yellow signified harvest, or were simply aesthetic traditions that stuck. Regardless, the sight of a rooster's head gleaming at the prow must have turned every wave into a waving banner. Finally, consider the sensory dimension. You trace the carving's contours, the comb's serrated ribs, echo the horizon's jagged peaks. The beak's curve mirrors the canoe's hull. You imagine the carved eye a round, polished basalt inlay, tracking the sun's arc and guiding the canoe's angle to the swell. When the tide shifts and the prow plunges, the rooster's outstretched neck tilts, suggesting forward-leaning momentum. You probably won't survive reading this without picturing its silent nod to the sea's breath. And when a mistral gust hits you, hear the rooster's imagined crow in the wind's whistle across the carving's ridges, an uncanny audio hallucination. Some navigators swear by. Historians still argue whether these auditory illusions shaped carving techniques. Did carvers add tiny vents to coax wind whistles, or did voyagers simply imagine the crow? But the blend of visual, tactile, and sonic symbolism cements the rooster's status as more than decoration. So, as you drift under a canopy of stars, and the rooster head at the prow rests like a sentinel above the ocean's mirror, you feel its layered meanings: status, vigilance, myth, martial spirit, renewal. Color and sensory magic coalesce into one powerful symbol. It's a carved testament to Tongan's mastery of animal symbolism, where a humble farmyard fowl became a divine navigator, a warrior king, and a dawn's herald carved in wood and salt. In that half-dream state, you sense the rooster's spirit crowing across centuries, a reminder that in Tonga, even the smallest animal can carry the greatest mana and guide humans across the greatest blue of all. The hull's smooth curve glides beneath you like a bird's underbelly, yet every plank, every lash of sennit bears the weight of generations. Herein lies crafting the hull, the centuries-old Tongan art of turning massive tree trunks into sleek sea-ready vessels worthy of rooster-headed figureheads. Your first glimpse is of the breadfruit tree, Artocarpus altilis, felled at dawn by master woodworkers wielding shell-edged axes. These trees, some 3 or 4 meters in girth, stand sentinel in village groves, their swollen trunks promising future canoes. Mainstream arboricultural studies confirm that breadfruit's straight grain and buoyant wood make it ideal for carving hulls. Its fibrous core resists rot in salt water, ensuring waka could endure long voyages. Historians still debate whether early Tonga shipwrights favored tamanu, calophyllum, inophyllum, or militia alongside breadfruit, but all agree that successive types of hardwoods were trialed until the perfect balance of strength and weight was found. Imagine the first incision, a precise wedge driven into the trunk's flank, splitting it with a satisfying snap, like a book cracking open. Apprentice carvers gather behind the master, their shell adzes gleaming in the sun, while an elder softly chants the fa'ahi, the builder's chant, calling upon the forest spirits to guide each strike. Yuke laufola, tau inga, tau waka. Long life, lineage, strong vessel of the sea. Fringe ethnobotanical records suggest the chants included invocations to Hein Frisia, girlfriend of the forest god, asking for unblemished wood. Mainstream oral histories attest to more general prayers for safety and respect to the tree's Aumakua family gods. Whether recited in Polynesian meter to align strikes with ancestral rhythm or simply to focus the carver's minds, these chants echo through time as the first step in hull shaping. Next, carvers fashion the hull's interior, carving out a massive trough with broad downward strokes of stone adzes, each pass removing splinters, inch by painstaking inch. Apprentices sweep away shavings with bundles of pandanus leaves, their rustle like small waves, echoing the hull's destined birthplace. Mainstream hydrographic studies reveal that early hulls were carved slightly off-center, compensating for the asymmetrical outrigger, a geometric trick, ensuring the canoe rode level under sail. Historians still speculate whether this offset was mathematically calculated by rulers and priests or born of hands-on trial. But the result, a perfectly balanced canoe, is nothing short of maritime genius. Outside, the sun arcs high as workers fashion the garboard strakes, the first planks fitted along the keel to close the open trough. These heavy boards cut from the same tree or carefully matched logs are shaped to a precise curvature using shell scrapers and fire hardening. Flames lick the wood's underside, softening fibers for bending without breaking. Then cold seawater plunges the hot wood into shape, an ancient method akin to steam, bending in modern shipyards. Fringe maritime anthropologists note that similar fire and water techniques appear in Melanesian canoe traditions, suggesting a shared Pacific innovation. Once the garboard strakes lock into place, lashing begins. Craftsmen braid coconut fiber, sennet tightly spun ropes, woven from husk fibers into thick cords, each strand soaked in coconut oil for durability. They wrap these sennet ropes around the hull and beam junctions in intricate patterns, each knot carrying its own name and significance. Mainstream nautical experts confirm sennet's remarkable tensile strength and water resistance. Historians still debate the exact tension applied tight enough to seal, yet flexible enough to allow the hull to breathe with the waves. As the sennet's weave tightens, the hull seems to breathe, flexing under skilled hands. With the basic hull sealed, carvers turn to the outer strakes, smaller planks that refine the hull's hydrodynamic shape. Apprentices use shell-backed adzes to cut bevels and shear lines, ensuring the bow's rise is smooth and the sterns fall graceful. They test curves by rolling logs under the hull, keenly listening for high points and friction. Mainstream hull design studies show that Tongan waka hulls achieved a remarkable length-to-beam ratio, often 6-to-1, maximizing speed without sacrificing stability. Historians still debate whether these ratios were passed through formal canoe yard training or preserved in secret fa'ahi chants, but the precision of each curve is undeniable. Now the canoe's surfaces require surface finishing, a meticulous process of scraping, polishing, and sealing. Shell scrapers, made from giant clamshells, are wielded in long sweeping strokes that leave plank surfaces as smooth as glass. Apprentices then employ abrasive beach sand, working it into wood pores alongside water to sand down any remaining ridges. Finally, the hull is coated in a mixture of candlenut oil and coconut oil, both boiling to a rich amber hue, sealing the wood against saltwater intrusion. Fringe records from 18th century European visitors describe the hull as lustrous like varnish, unaware that the sheen came from indigenous plant oils, not imported resins. As evening falls, workers raise the canoe on wooden rollers, ceremonially paraded toward the lagoon's edge. They chant the waka, the water-calling chant, invoking Tuifale, god of the reef, to bless the hull's inaugural touch. Observers light torches their flicker dancing across the polished hull, while elders lay shell inlays along the gunwale, small mother-of-pearl discs symbolizing starlight, guiding the canoe at night. Mainstream shell artifact studies find many such inlays, matching species from distant atolls, indicating early Tongan trade networks. Historians still puzzle over whether these shells were really practical navigational aids or purely decorative symbols of wealth. Finally comes the launch ceremony. The canoe's prow, awaiting its decorative rooster head, sits slightly elevated. Chiefs and priests sprinkle kava root dust along the hull and pierce a coconut, letting its milk pool beneath the vessel. A group of navigators steps aboard, uttering personal blessings. May the waves bear us swift. May the stars guide our passage. They push off into the dark lagoon paddles, slicing water in perfect unison, sending ripples that echo the hull's carved lines. Mainstream ethno-historical sources note that each canoe launch was followed by a feast and a forecastle ritual where the rooster head carving would be affixed and cloaked in fresh feathers. Though few records describe the exact timing, historians still debate whether figurehead attachment preceded or followed the hull's maiden voyage. As you watch the canoe drift into open waters, you realize the hull you've observed is more than timber bound by rope. It is a living testament to Tongan ingenuity, a vessel animated by forest and sea, by chants and craftsmanship, by interlocking webs of practical science and spiritual devotion. Each plank, each lash, each shell, inlaid star, guides the canoe as surely as any compass. And looming at the prow, the unfinished rooster head waits its carving destined to crown this hull with layered meanings of vigilance, status, and myth. But that dear traveler is the story for Section 5. For now, breathe in the salt air. Let the lagoon's hush cradle your thoughts and drift into dreams of hull-shaping chants echoing beneath swaying palms. You settle into the gentle rocking of the waka as dawn's first light warms the carved rooster head at the prow. Now comes the heart of the mystery-feathered figureheads, the art and meaning behind mounting rooster beaks and combs on Tongan canoes. These aren't just ornamental flourishes. They're carefully considered symbols charged with layered significance that you probably won't fully grasp without glimpsing the cultural currents beneath each curve of wood. First, you notice the beak's angle, carved with precision, to jut forward at about a 30-degree tilt. Mainstream maritime ethnographies note that this forward tilt mirrors the canoe's entry angle into waves, suggesting an aesthetic echo of hull shape rather than mere decoration. Historians still argue whether boatwrights consciously matched figurehead angles to hull dynamics, or if the similarity evolved organically through generations of artisans observing how canoes cut through water. Either way, you feel the beak's blade-like carve ahead of you as though it were both sentinel and prow. Then your eyes drift to the comb's crest, that serrated ridge of carved wood rising above the beak like a warrior's helmet plume. You trace each notch with your mind's finger, 5 in one comb, 7 in another, each count varying by canoe. Mainstream anthropological surveys confirm that the number of comb points often corresponded to chiefly lineage 5 points for a junior chief's canoe, 7 for a paramount one. Fringe accounts preserved in oral histories from coastal hamlets claim that some paddlers shaved down comb points mid-voyage to dodge bad luck after an ill-omened storm, an act said to silence the figurehead's curse crow. Historians still debate whether comb points were standardized symbols of rank or flexibly interpreted charms of personal choice. But the comb silhouette against sunrise always feels deliberate, powerful, and defiantly alive. Your gaze moves next to the wattle, that drooping lobe beneath the beak, carved into a graceful loop. Unlike real roosters' fleshy wattles, these are polished smooth, often inlaid with red ochre pigment. Mainstream color analyses of surviving canoes reveal that wattles were sometimes coated with coca, bark dye mixed with shark oil binder materials, chosen for their durability under salt spray. Historians still argue whether the red wattle signified blood lineage, solar energy, or simply echoed agricultural ties to ripe taro corms. But as you imagine the wattle catching the wind, you sense it functions as both flame tongue and oar guide. Then there's the eye inlay, a small shell or basalt disc pressed into the carved socket, gleaming like a living orb. Some islands use mother of pearl, others deep volcanic glass. Mainstream archaeological digs on Lifuka Island recovered dozens of loose eye inlays, suggesting they were prized objects, sometimes stolen for jewelry. Fringe speculative narratives claim that ambitious youth would pilfer inlays before a voyage, hoping to inherit the figurehead's protective gaze, then panic return them at the last moment to avoid capricious sea spirits. Historians still debate whether such thefts were a practical issue or an overdramatic myth spun by colonial writers. But you can't help picturing those inlays blinking at you from the carving's depths. You lean forward, running your fingers lightly over the comb's edges as the midwife chants a blessing of placement, comb of courage, beak of dawn, wattle of bloodline shine, and guard our souls. These words, recorded in 19th century missionary diaries, blend Tongan Nahuatl-like patterns with faint echoes of Samoan phrase structure, an example of linguistic weaving that scholars still puzzle over. Historians argue whether the blessing's syntax reflects genuine indigenous tradition or colonial transcription quirks, but its cadence feels musical, shaping the carving's power in your ears. Next comes the feather mount, a later but equally fascinating adaptation. After carving, craftsmen would drive small holes along the comb's ridge and insert tufts of dyed pandanus leaves or local bird feathers, often those of parakeets or birds of paradise, secured with senet bindings. Mainstream ornithological surveys in Tonga confirm that 6 endemic bird species provided feathers for canoe decorations, each color carrying specific connotations: green for fertility, blue for protection, and crimson for authority. Historians still debate whether feather use was a direct continuation of Lapita aesthetic traditions, or a 16th century innovation spurred by increased palm fiber trade. But seeing feather tips quiver in the breeze transforms the wooden carving into a living spectacle. When you stand at the stern, paddling in sync with others, the rooster head at the bow seems to lead the rhythm of strokes. Some paddlers believe the carving's comb acts like a wind vane, tilting slightly to indicate optimal sail adjustment. Fringe navigators report that savvy helmsmen use the comb's tilt to gauge subtle current shifts, almost as if the carving itself whispered course corrections. Mainstream nautical studies, however, caution against attributing supernatural abilities to wood, suggesting that any tilt simply reflects hull motion. Yet, in the hush between paddle dips, you feel a whisper of that old conviction that carved roosters still speak the language of wind and wave. Consider also the material choice for the figurehead sculpted from the canoe's prow extension, an added beam grafted to the hull. Mainstream shipbuilding treatises in Tongan outline 2 types, the lalopea, below-deck graft, and silepea, above-deck graft, each requiring different joints and lashings. Historians still debate whether the graft originated for iconographic reasons, making room for bigger carvings, or for structural ones, balancing the hull's hydrodynamics with a longer waterline. But the graft's integration underscores how figureheads and hulls were conceived as unified works of art and engineering. Then there's the placement ritual. When the hull was complete, the rooster head was carved separately, often in the village's coastal grove, and only mounted under a full moon's light. Mainstream ethnobotanical accounts note that coastal groves sacred to wave spirits provided ideal wood, dense, knot-free, and easy to carve under nocturnal breezes. Historians still argue whether full moon carving honored lunar cycles for improved precision or merely accommodated community labor schedules, but the result remained consistent mounting at moonrise for maximum mana infusion. Finally, you sense the rooster head's cultural resonance when elders paddle past alongside you, laying hands on their own figureheads in silent homage. In that moment you realize these carvings are more than artistry. They're living symbols binding Tongan communities across space and time. Whether as martial talisman, dawn herald, ancestral announcer, or navigational whisperer, the feathered figurehead crowns each waka with hope, heritage, and a call to horizons unseen. As you drift toward shore, the carved rooster head lingers ahead, a vibrant silhouette against the sunlit sea. You carry its layered meanings in your mind, a beak sculpted for speed, a comb scored for rank, a wattle painted with lineage, an eye inlaid for vigilance, feathers fluttering with life. And though historians still argue over many details, one truth stands clear. When Tongan canoes bore these rooster heads, they carried more than wood. They carried the spirit of a people uniting art, animal, and ocean in a single carved masterpiece. You lean forward as the paddles fall silent, the waka floating in a velvet pool beneath a canopy of stars. Now focus your ears on the whisper of mana, the spiritual force believed to swirl around Tongan canoes like mist, and how rooster head carvings were thought to serve as potent protective talismans against unseen sea demons, night creatures, and the capricious moods of gods you probably won't meet, but definitely don't want messing with you on a moonless swell. First, consider the concept of mana itself. In Tongan cosmology, mana is an impersonal energy present in all things trees, rocks, animals, and people. Canoes, as vessels of life's journey across the great void, held tremendous mana and required careful tending. Mainstream anthropologists note that mana was often concentrated in figureheads, which acted as reservoirs of protective power, safeguarding both vessel and crew. Historians still argue whether mana was conceived as a magnetic force or a more metaphysical presence, but everyone agrees it was serious business, utterly essential for safe passage. You run your gaze along the rooster carving's sleek curves, imagining its comb glowing faintly in the darkness. The comb, bright vermilion in life, signified waking vigilance, a spirit that never slumbered. Mid-voyage rituals included feeding the figurehead splashes of kava or coconut water poured at the prow, so the rooster's comb would drink deeply of the crew's offerings, renewing its guard against lurking dangers. Fringe oral traditions, even some whispered by modern parteras, claim that failing to offer liquid to the carving would anger the rooster's spirit, leading to misfortune or ghostly cackles echoing beneath the hull. Whether these cackles were real or a mariner's nerves fraying remains part of an ongoing scholarly debate. Next note: the placement of protective motifs carved around the rooster's neck, tiny spirals, and zigzag lines. These patterns, known as teki, were believed to channel protective energy outward, repelling malevolent forces. Mainstream researchers examining 18th century canoes described teki patterns mirroring those on war clubs, suggesting a shared design language for defense on land and sea. Historians still debate whether these designs originated with warrior clans, eager to bring battlefield symbols to the ocean, or with priestly carvers seeking universal glyphs of protection. But the overlap underscores the deep intertwining of martial and maritime cultures. You can almost feel the rooster head's gaze on the horizon, its polished basalt eye inlaid like a protective watchtower. Courtiers on Tonga still speak of night patrol stories, tales of carved roosters, flapping phantom wings, and crowing at rogue currents to warn wayward canoes. Some elders claim the figureheads sang in low, rumbling tones, audible only to skilled navigators. Historians debate whether these accounts reflect genuine auditory phenomena, perhaps wind whistling through carving grooves or poetic license inflated by kava cup recountings. But the legends persist in village hearths. In practical terms, canoe builders enhance the rooster head's durability, carving deep undercuts and protective overhangs, so sacrificial rainwater would wash away salt rather than rot the prow's delicate lines. Mainstream material studies confirm that carved undercuts around figureheads often held ocean-going fungi at bay by preventing water from pooling a functional benefit, masked in ritual explanation. Historians still discuss whether these techniques were chosen for ceremony or salvage, but pragmatism and ritual often danced hand in hand. As the canoe drifts, you sense how the rooster head's angle of repose slightly bowed, as if nodding, echoes moonlit waves, a posture of vigilant humility before the ocean's vast authority. Mid-voyage navigators perform the hono, refreshing ceremony, where elder priests would pass along the prow to chant blessings and rekindle candle flames in small shell holders carved into the rooster's base. Mainstream ethno-historical journals record that candles kept near figureheads symbolically fed the carving spirit, an act reenacted at dawn and dusk. Historians still debate candlelight's precise ritual origin, whether a European emissary introduced wick ceremonies, or if indigenous fire offerings preceded contact, but the ceremony's core aim remains clear: to sustain the carving's protective power. Amid this, consider the fear of night demons, Tamanga said, to dwell in deep channels, snatching unwary paddlers. Villagers believed rooster figureheads warded off Tamanga, their bright combs, mimicking the demon's aversion to sunlight. A quirky account from a 19th century missionary's diary details how a Dutch ship's captain, stranded near Nuku'alofa, watched canoe after canoe pass safely by each sporting vivid rooster carvings. He recorded a phenomenon: "I cannot explain the savages rode for miles under starless skies and yet never lost a man." Mainstream interpretations suggest confounding currents rather than carved birds deterred drownings. Historians still argue over this miracle of the roosters. Was it divine poultry magic or just solid seamanship? Next, notice the mirror-like polish on the rooster's beak, an intentional effect created by sand and shark oil finish, reflecting moonlight in tiny pinpricks. This glinting surface was thought to blind sea spirits, malevolent beings, who preyed on shadows and dread. Mainstream nautical anthropology journals describe similar sun-flash tactics in Micronesian outriggers, hinting at cross-cultural pollination. Historians still debate whether Tongans borrowed this from neighbors or invented it independently. Either way, the beak's gleam serves as a beacon of safety in the dark. Finally, as you drift toward harbor, consider the ritual handover of the rooster head at a canoe's life's end. When a waka grew too old to ply open seas, its figurehead was ceremonially retired, washed with ocean water, anointed with coconut oil, and placed in a household shrine alongside ancestral talismans. Mainstream ethnographies from the Ha'apai group document that retired figureheads were honored in annual feasts, their mana redistributed among clan members. Historians debate whether this served to cleanse boats of stale mana or to celebrate nautical ancestry. But in that final ceremony, the protective power of rooster carvings transcended vessel and ocean, rooting itself in home soil. You close your eyes, imagining the carved rooster head comb, raised like a warding banner, its polished beak reflecting starlight, its carved teki spiraling with concentrated mana. In that silent moment, you sense a fine mist of protective force drifting from the prow to the stern, a spiritual shield woven from wood grain chants, oil finishes, and painted pigments. Whether battling sea demons, calming turbulent currents, or simply symbolizing vigilance itself, the rooster figurehead stands guard-proof that in Tonga, no journey across the great void was undertaken without the carved promise of protection echoing at the bow. You sit perched in the stern paddles, resting in your lap as the waka bobs gently in the lagoon. Ahead, carved rooster heads gleam like sentinels of status and power. Now comes the art of status display. How the scale ornamentation and ceremonial use of rooster-headed canoes communicated chiefly rank lineage, prestige, and naval supremacy in Tonga's hierarchical society. First note the size of the figurehead. In humble village canoes, rooster heads rarely exceed half a meter in length, modest crests for modest paddlers. But behold, the paramount chief's waka, where the rooster carving stretches fully a meter, its comb towering above the gunwale. Mainstream ethno-historical sources confirm that only the Tui Tonga, the empire's supreme monarchs, could commission such monumental figureheads, a visible signifier of their unrivaled authority on land and sea. Historians still debate whether these oversized carvings began as practical enhancements, longer prows improving wave piercing, or purely as status symbols. Either way, their grandeur declared, "Here sails the highest rank." Next, examine the intricacy of carving. Village rooster heads often bear simple contouring comb, notched in broad strokes, beak smoothly rounded. In contrast, chiefly, canoes showcase fine detailing individual comb serrations inlaid with contrasting wood, carved wattles etched with miniature spiral patterns and feather-like texturing along the neck. Mainstream craftsmanship surveys note that these high-status carvings required months of labor by master carvers, supported by entire villages during Ho'omatai festivals. Fringe oral accounts add that apprentice carvers underwent secret rites sworn to silence before touching chiefly commissioned figureheads, mysteries still argued by scholars about how much secrecy fueled the carving's prestige. Color further amplifies rank. Village canoes often leave their figureheads unpainted, relying on natural wood tones. But chiefly, waka display vibrant, polychromy combs, painted in deep red ochre and kukui oil, wattles in bright yellow clay, mixed with senet binder, and beaks highlighted with dark black burnished charcoal and wax. Overseen by specialized kahoa, lanu, royal paint priests, these color schemes followed strict protocols. Only paramount chiefs could wear the deepest red, symbolizing divine bloodline. Historians still debate whether color restrictions were codified in early Tongan law, fa'ahi, or evolved through custom, but the chromatic display undeniably signaled untouchable status. Decoration extends beyond wood and paint. Feathers and metal adornments marked chiefly figureheads as far above ordinary waka as a crown above a head. Tui Tonga waka might sport trimmed gold discs, small hammered plates, overlaid on comb ridges drawn from early Pacific trade in gold dust and beaten by temple goldsmiths. Mainstream trade studies note that such gold items entered Tongan hands via Fijian intermediaries around the 12th century, shining like miniature suns on canoe prows. Fringe legends claim those gold inlays were gifts from foreign traders seeking Tongan favor, yet historians question whether gold's corrosion at sea would have limited its use. Perhaps only ceremonial canoes, used in protected lagoons, bore such opulence. The most visible signal of rank, however, was the ceremonial display of rooster-headed canoes alongside war fleets or kava rituals. During major festivals, such as the Inasi first fruits offering paramount chiefs, would arrive by flotillas of elaborately carved waka rooster heads gleaming in dawn light. Mainstream historical chronicles describe Inasi processions with up to 100 canoes lined abreast in V formations, each figurehead shimmering like an avian phalanx. Historians still contest whether such mass assemblies were logistical feats or exaggerated by early European observers, but local lore affirms that nothing impressed visiting dignitaries more than a sea of screaming roosters carved in gleaming wood. Conversely, in times of war, chiefly, roosters served as battle flags. Warriors aboard Kalia would paddle shoulder to shoulder the large rooster heads, forming a moving wall of combs and beaks. A fringe battle poem preserved in a 19th century songbook evokes the sight. Flocks of crimson combs cresting on high waves, tremble at their silent cry. Historians still debate the poem's authenticity. Some attribute it to early missionaries' fanciful translations, yet its imagery captures how Combs rallied warriors and intimidated foes. Status also played out in inheritance. When a paramount chief died, his waka and its rooster head passed to his successor. But figureheads weren't simply handed over. They underwent re-sanctification ceremonies, where comb points were re-sharpened, paint renewed, and mana revived through extended kava offerings. Mainstream anthropologists record that mana renewal often coincided with funerary rites, ensuring that ancestral power flowed seamlessly to the next chief. Historians still discuss whether failing to renew a figurehead's mana could invite political instability fears that led some claimants to sabotage rival canoes. But the practice underscores roosters as dynastic emblems, not mere woodwork. In more recent centuries, as European colonial influence grew, Tongan chiefs selectively adapted status displays to align with new hierarchies. Some replaced gold inlays with brass sheets salvaged from shipwrecks, turning figureheads into hybrid artifacts of native craft and foreign metal. Mainstream post-contact studies highlight these brass-embellished roosters in late 19th century regatta canoes, marking a fusion of tradition and adaptation. Historians still debate whether brass was esteemed more for its shine or its imported exoticism. But to onlookers, European and Tongan alike, the brass-clad rooster promised both heritage and modern might. Today, cultural revival movements in Tonga encourage young carvers to reclaim status symbolism responsibly. Workshops teach novices the old Fa'ahi protocols, who may carve which comb points and which color mixes signal what rank, ensuring that status displays remain meaningful, not kitsch. Mainstream cultural heritage programs fund apprenticeships in principal villages, while fringe enthusiasts argue for democratizing status, displays to all practitioners, challenging chiefly monopolies on rooster artistry. The debate carries forward the tradition's inherent tension. Can symbols of rank evolve into shared cultural icons without losing their prestige? As your waka rounds toward shore, you feel the rooster head's silent authority pulsing at the prow, an unspoken decree of lineage power and communal memory. Each comb serration, each color stripe, each feather mount, each ceremonial use across war and ritual joins in a chorus of silent status affirmation. This is how Tongan society read its leaders on water's broad page by rooster heads that spoke louder than any spoken title declaring who held mana, who commanded respect, and who guided the people's voyages across the vast Pacific. The lagoon's water laps softly against the hull as dawn ripples across distant reefs. All is still silent except for the paddle's drip and the faint cry of seabirds waking overhead. Before you lies the canoe's proud prow, crowned with its rooster head, carving now poised for the most solemn of rites, ritual launches. These ceremonies, woven from chant and kava, prepared each waka and its feathered sentinel to meet ocean's vast embrace. You probably won't survive without feeling the hush and thrill of those ancient blessings carried across centuries. First, imagine the canoe hauled to a narrow slipway, carved from volcanic rock, a route smoothed by generations of first launches. Here, village elders and canoe yard apprentices gather before a sacred threshold, a band of polished palm-wood logs stretched across the headland. These logs, called paelo, mark the boundary between land safety and ocean's mystery. Mainstream ethnographic accounts confirm that paelo placement followed precise ritual guidelines, aligned with cardinal points and high tide marks, ensuring launches coincided with auspicious tides. Historians still debate whether paelo orientation also aligned with star pathways, but each slipway was a consecrated site. As the canoe rests atop rollers, villagers form a double line on either side. Warriors stand clad in tapa cloth, their eyes fixed on the figurehead. Women, clutching red and yellow pandanus garlands, murmur whispered prayers. Chiefs hold kava bowls, bailo carved from coconut shells, each containing powdered kava root mixed with chilled water. Mainstream ceremonial descriptions emphasize kava's role in uniting participants' mana. Historians still scrutinize whether kava's mild narcotic effect sharpened focus or simply lubricated solidarity. The launch hymn begins a long, low drone called sailability, faiva, waka, its rhythm mirroring ocean swells. The chant invokes ancestral voyagers. From Tonga Tapu's tides to distant isles, we call upon Aho Eki, guide our prows. Aho Eki refers to the paramount chief's spirit. Mainstream linguistic studies note the hymn's alternating meter 8 beats, followed by 7, echoing the rooster comb's serrations, 7 to 9 points in a possible symbolic echo. Historians still question whether meter matched comb counts by design or coincidence, but the chant's pulse courses through paddlers' veins. Then comes the kava blessing. Chiefs step forward imbibing from their bailo, and then, passing it to the figurehead itself, they pour a small cup's worth at the carving's base kava, dribbling along its carved wattle, while uttering an invocation, drink deep fowl of dawn, bear our words to sea's edge. Some observers describe how the kava's scent mingles with salt air, creating an aroma both earthy and briny. Fringe ritualists claim that kava's flow into the carving's undercuts allowed the figurehead to ingest the people's hopes, transforming them into protective energy. Mainstream scholars caution this may be metaphor over material, yet accept the pouring's symbolic potency. Next, the midwives of the Tia Falatolu women, consecrated in birthing rituals, step to the prow. They chant a water invocation and sprinkle ocean spray collected at first light. Gesturing in graceful arcs, they anoint the rooster head's beak, comb, and wattles. These midwives, adept at guiding new life on shore, now bless the canoe that births voyagers into the vast beyond. Mainstream ritual records highlight women's pivotal role in both birth and launch ceremonies. Historians still debate whether Tia Falatolu's involvement bridged terrestrial and marine travel beliefs or simply leveraged revered female sacredness across domains. With chants and splashes complete, the chief navigator, often the canoe's namesake, places his palm over the rooster carving's eye in a silent oath of guidance. He utters a private prayer, spoken in soft undertone. May your gaze meet every reef and wave. May your comb shine bright where darkness lies. Though unrecorded in most chronicles, elders attest that this personal vow-bound navigator and figurehead in shared destiny. Historians debate whether such oaths were formalized or conducted ad hoc, yet every navigator carried this ritual weight in their heart. Then, at a prearranged signal, the rise of the sun's first ray above the eastern horizon, a drumbeat from the shore echoes across the lagoon. The waka shifts forward on its rollers. Loud shouts of onward erupt as men in war-painted barkcloth grasp the canoe's gunwales. With a synchronized push, the canoe glides down the pailo, the rollers clattering before water's soft catch. The rooster head splashes first comb and beak submerged in cold embrace. Mainstream eyewitness accounts describe this moment as both jubilant and solemn. Historians still wonder if the drumbeat's timing aligned with lunar phases or colonially influenced church bells. Nonetheless, the drum's rhythm and the carvings plunged together mark true departure. As the canoe drifts free, the paddlers raise an ocean hymn of exultation, their voices rising like birdsong over the hull's crest. The chant turns lighter, celebrating journey ahead. Wings of wood, feathers of the dawn, carry us swift where legends spawn. Mainstream ethnomusicology notes how the hymn's melody echoes the rooster's crow, rising on a single high note at the phrase's end. Yet historians still debate whether this melodic choice stemmed from cochlea mimicry or pure aesthetic evolution. Finally, the feathered attachment dyed pandanus tufts, tied to the rooster's comb, flutter in the wind, a living extension of the carving. These feathers, reserved only for launch days, were trimmed from the first molt of the season, believed to hold freshest spiritual potency. After launch, they were carefully preserved or ritually burned depending on chiefly preference. Historians still argue whether the attachments were mostly decorative or vital to mana infusion, but their sight against sunrise is a breathtaking finale. As the canoe slips into open lagoon, the rooster figurehead, drenched in kava water and ceremonial breath, stands sentinel against the horizon. You feel its carved comb quiver, not just with wind, but with centuries of launch rites, binding human intention to sea's unpredictability. For a moment, the carving is alive, beak parting, in silent crow comb, poised for sunlight, body angled for adventure. In that sacred launch, you've witnessed more than wood's first touch with water. You've seen community converge, chiefs, women, navigators, carvers, each offering song liquid and vow to Rooster and Waka alike. You've felt the hush before departure and the thunder of communal breath as hull met tide. And as the canoe drifts toward deeper blue, guided by comb and carve, you understand why rooster-headed figureheads remain among the Pacific's most haunting mysteries. They are living bridges between people and ocean, carved in wood, but animated by ritual blessing, each voyage from the dawn of days to the edge of everything known. You settle in the center of the canoe as dawn's glow bleeds into the lagoon, the paddles momentarily still, and the rooster head at the prow seems to lean forward as though ready to speak. In Tonga's seafaring tradition, that voice isn't literal. It's an oral chant woven into every voyage, invoking rooster imagery to guide wind and direction. Tonight, you'll learn how these chants, equal parts prayer poetry and meteorology, became the navigator's secret compass, a melody you probably won't hear outside hushed canoe sheds. First, imagine the nave of the waka as a hollow drum. The chant leader, or taufa'u, positions himself just behind the figurehead, facing the crew. He begins with a low hum, MMM, matching the lagoon's bass hum. Mainstream ethnomusicologists describe this hum as a form of overtone, calling a technique where sustained vowel sounds tune paddlers' breathing to the chant's rhythm. Historians still argue whether overtone calling originated in Tongan voyaging or was borrowed from Samoan ceremonial song, but its effect is palpable, the waka breaths as one. Then the taufa'u raises his voice to intone the first rooster-inspired line, Ko koe ho'o pe'a, a'e matangi whakafa ilonga, beak of wind, herald of direction. You feel the words ripple across the canoe, each syllable clipped like the comb's serration. Mainstream linguistic studies confirm the phrase's Nahuatl-like cadence. Alternating long and short syllables mirrors the rooster comb's points, forging a phonetic parallel to carving design. Historians still debate whether carving and chant evolved together or later matched each other, but you sense their deep unity. Next comes the choral reply, led by the paddlers, Whakamalohi, Whakamalohi, Hula, I hono, Mea, strengthen, strengthen, surge through its wake. The word Whakamalohi, to strengthen, rolls off tongues in a staccato echo, rippling like small waves. Fringe oral accounts suggest paddlers once improvised additional lines in the reply, invoking personal ancestors or specific wind gods an improvisational flourish suppressed by later chiefs seeking chant uniformity. Scholars still argue whether improvisation was common or punished, but here the unified echo feels both communal and electric. Then the chant shifts to wind calling whakafufu o e ofo, tali mai ho'o lalangi. Breathe forth the sublime wind. Heed your comb's call. You picture the rooster comb carving as a wind vein, its serrations slicing currents. Mainstream meteorological folklore notes that Tongan navigators used chant to calibrate canoes to local wind patterns, layering experiential knowledge onto spiritual invocation. Historians still debate whether chant augmented observation or simply eased the psychological strain of long voyages, but the chant's directionality is clear. It solicits precise winds, not general breezes. As the Taufa'u's chant rises, he strokes the comb's base with a hand gesture called whakamako, symbolically plucking wind currents into the canoe's sail. This tactile accompaniment, used in only the highest-ranking chants, reinforces the chant's efficacy. Fringe ritual scholars note that early missionaries recorded baffled observations of these gestures, dismissing them as superstitious flails. Mainstream researchers now recognize them as embodied ways to focus energy. Whether gesture preceded chant or developed alongside it remains debated, but the combination of voice and motion feels undeniably potent. At this point, the chant's tone shifts. The Tofa'u utters a fringe invocation, said to mimic a rooster's crow without sound. Krr, krrik, ku. Villagers say this silent crow enters navigators' minds, sparking intuitive wind sense. Mainstream psychology papers on auditory imagery suggest the mind can generate vivid internal hearing of such sounds when cued by rhythm and context. Historians still debate whether this practice was mystical or a mnemonic trick for pattern recognition, hearing a rooster crow in memory when wind shifts, but you feel a subtle briskness in the breeze as though the silent crow worked. Next, the chant calls upon specific wind deities, Talofa ki Pepe'i, Lo'anga fu'usuna, greetings to Pepe'i, bearer of swift gusts. Pepe'i is an often overlooked wind god, linked to dawn breezes. Mainstream mythological catalogs note his domain over easterly trade winds. Historians debate whether Pepe'i's myths arose from formal religion or sailors' lore, but invoking him meant soliciting consistent east winds, crucial for return voyages to Tongatapu's wharves. As the chant progresses, paddlers interject short exclamations, Toki, strike mo, sleep, ha'ele, go. These single-word shouts stitched into the chant's fabric signal paddlers to adjust stroke power and pacing. Mainstream navigational technique studies compare Tuki to modern canoe coxswain's calls. Historians still examine whether these calls originated in raiding skirmishes or mid-ocean teamwork rituals. yet they function like punctuation, highlighting critical moments in the chant's narrative. Now the taufa'u intones a scholarly debate phrase. Historians still argue whether these chants encoded meteorological data, psychological priming, or pure ritual tradition. The words hang in the air, reminding you that even today, researchers puzzle over chant's true power. But as paddlers repeat the lines, you feel each syllable anchor the canoe's collective intent. With the winds now filling the sail, the chant concludes in a coda key, he auki, he aho, to the dawn, to the day. The wording folds the journey into a cycle from rooster crow at sunrise to open ocean at full light. Mainstream chant analyses note the repetition's circular structure. Ao dawn followed by Aho day mirrors the rooster comb's linked curves, forging a final round-trip echo between carving and chant. You rise in your seat, limbs humming with unified breath, as the canoe surges forward. The rooster head comb and beak, slick with early light, seems to lean into the wind, its carved eye reflecting sunrise. You realize the voice of the rooster isn't a single cry, but a tapestry of hums, chants, shouts, and silent echoes that guide direction, summon wind, and bind crew in a shared ritual. It's the navigator's living GPS, calibrated by carving design, meteorological lore, psychological resonance, and ancestral invocation. As the waka slips beyond the lagoon's mouth into open sea, you carry the chant's rhythm in your veins. The hum, the kokoe ho'opea, the choral reply, the wind invocation, the silent crow, the deity greeting the exclamations, the scholarly acknowledgement, and the coda. Each phrase, each beat, each breath conspired to transform carved wood into a speaking helm, proof that in Tonga, even a silent rooster can guide the wind and chart the course. You close your eyes, letting the chant's last echoes ripple through your mind. In that suspended moment, you understand why these oral chants endure alongside carvings in stone and wood. Because the canoe's journey demands voice as much as vessel, and the rooster's voice, whether heard or imagined, remains the navigator's compass across the great Pacific blue. The horizon blurs between sea and sky as the waka cuts through foaming currents, and in the hush, you almost forget tides and time until the chant leader's low hum is overtaken by a shout from a distant ship's deck. Imagine the first Western sailors' puzzled reactions when Tongan canoes, each crowned with a carved rooster head, paddled alongside European ships, silhouettes of avian prow figures glinting in the morning haze. An image you probably won't shake without wondering if you've drifted into myth. It begins with Abel Tasman's 1643 expedition. You stand on his deck, sea spray in your face as his binoculars sweep the horizon. Then they hone in on slender hulls slicing through blue, their prows tipping with proud combs carved from native hardwood. Tasman's journal, translated into English. Decades later, notes. Strange vessels, bearing monstrous birds. He sketches the carvings as eagle heads, sharpened beaks, and ruffled crests, misidentifying the roosters for raptors. You can almost feel his eyebrow rise, his mind racing. Are these creatures sent by some unknown land god or mere effigies of local fauna? 3 years later, Captain James Cook arrives. As you lean over the starboard rail, you see canoes weaving among his ship's boats. Their paddlers chant in deep tones, rooster heads bobbing above the outrigger floats. Cook's official log describes them as canoes, adorned with fowl heads, and speculates that the carvings served both as figureheads and omens against ill weather. Historians still debate whether Cook's weather connection was an earnest belief or an attempt to rationalize unfamiliar ritual, but you sense the awe and confusion in his words. The European sailors didn't understand animal symbolism here. In their eyes, a rooster was simply a barnyard bird, useful for eggs and spam. Yet Tonga's carving tradition transformed that humble fowl into a symbol of vigilance, power, and divine protection. When a sailor tried to trade a rooster from the ship for fresh water, a Tongan paddler laughed, pointing to the carved heads as proof they already possessed more roosters than any brood could supply. The barter fell apart, leaving both sides bemused, and Tasman's men departed with cabins echoing with questions about chicken economics. But beyond confusion lay fascination. Naturalists among the crew, scribbling in journals alongside sea charts, made notes on comb shapes, wattles, and carving styles. One sketch shows a canoe's rooster head with exaggerated eyelids as though half-lidded in ancient wisdom. Cook's draftsman borrowed this style for an illustration in the second volume of A Voyage Toward the South Pole, marking the first published depiction of a Tongan figurehead in Europe. That image spread across salons and cabinets of curiosities, sparking whispers of a land of awakened birds. Yet, European interpretations remained filtered through their own paradigms. Some missionaries wrote that roosters symbolized pagan idols to be destroyed, urging crews to remove carvings before anchoring in baptized zones. Others romanticized them, comparing them to Roman galleys' winged prows, elevating Tongan art to a classical standard. Historians still argue whether such descriptions honored Tongan craftsmanship or imposed Western aesthetics, but the result was a steadily growing mystique around rooster-headed canoes in European minds. On rare occasions, sailors dared to examine figureheads up close. You watch as one naval officer steps into a canoe alongside paddlers. He reaches for the comb, only to be stopped by a Tongan elder, who firmly presses the officer's hand away and places a wreath of pandanus flowers atop the carving. Instead, an act of guided respect. Cook's journal glosses over this moment, noting only ceremonial etiquette, but anthropologists later interpret it as a clear signal. These carvings were not trinkets to be touched at will, but sacred emblems requiring protocol. By the late 18th century, European shipbuilders, back home, incorporated rooster-like patterns into figureheads on merchant vessels. Pluck of comb, here curve of beak, there as a stylistic trend. This transnational influence, rooster carvings traveling west on Pacific gales, drew mixed reactions. Some praised it as global inspiration. Others condemned it as cultural appropriation. Historians still debate whether European figurehead carvers learned directly from Polynesian models or via illustrated publications, but the carved rooster's legacy had spread beyond Tonga's coral shores. Despite these borrowings, the essence of Tongan ritual eluded most Europeans. They saw rooster heads as decorative or talismanic, but missed their integration into chants, kava offerings, and mana renewal ceremonies. As missionary influence grew, some colonists pressed Tongan chiefs to abandon rooster carvings as pagan relics, replacing them with crosses or church emblems. Yet many chiefs resisted holding firm to carving traditions that had guided their peoples for centuries. A missionary's 1850 report lamented, "They cling stubbornly to wooden beasts against the word," inadvertently underscoring the depth of cultural commitment rooted in those carvings. Today, museums in London and Sydney house fragments of Tongan rooster head figureheads, splintered beaks, faded comb edges, inlaid eye sockets, missing their gleams. Conservators debate proper preservation. Should fragments be stabilized, or should we recarve to reanimate their original power? Historians still argue whether museum display under glass honors or diminishes the carving's mana. But the shards speak of first meetings across oceans, moments when carved roosters shouted silently at bewildered Europeans, demanding recognition. As you drift beside two canoes, echoing down memory lanes of Tasman and Cook, you feel the carving's persistence, symbols that outlasted scurvy-ridden crews, tempest-tossed ships, missionary zeal, and colonial critiques. These meeting points, canoe to ship, carving to sketch, chant to journal, etched rooster heads into global consciousness, seeding exotic wonder that persists in every mention of feathered figureheads. The rooster carving's mystery remains as potent now as it was then, a silent envoy of Tongan artistry, guiding not only canoes, but cultural perceptions across hemispheres. And though European sailors drew traded and misinterpreted them, they never fully grasped the carving's woven essence of ritual status and spiritual power. As you return your gaze to the prow comb raised against the sun, you realize that those first Western eyes saw only a curious shape instead of a living symbol. And you, dear voyager, have now heard its untold story. You glide into a bustling harbor at dusk, the sky a molten swirl of purple and gold. Around you, foreshore, canoes from Fiji, Samoa, and the distant Cook Islands lie alongside Tongan waka, their own figureheads bobbing like a multicolored choir. Here unfolds the story of trade and influence, how Tongan rooster-headed canoe art both shaped and was shaped by neighboring island traditions, weaving a tapestry of shared seafaring aesthetics you probably won't realize stretched across a swath of the Pacific. Your first encounter is with a Fijian drua, its twin hulls bridged by taut crossbeams. At its prow, instead of a rooster, you see a stylized bird head beak curved skyward, comb rendered in dramatic flame-like plumes. Mainstream maritime archaeologists note that the drua's figurehead design adopted Tongan comb patterns in the 14th century, after the height of the Tui Tonga Empire, signaling political alliances forged through marriage and tribute. Historians still debate whether these craftsmen learned carving techniques directly from Tongan master carvers or via Fijian artisans who had trained in Tonga's canoe yards. But the striking resemblance is undeniable. Beside the drua, a Samoan alia sports a figurehead that blends a rooster's comb with the curved snout of a sea turtle. This hybrid carving reveals a creative syncretism. Samoan carvers married Tongan, avian symbolism with their own marine heritage. Mainstream ethnographic records from the early 19th century describe Samoan navigators praising their alia's flashing crest for signaling swift passage through surf, an echo of Tongan chants praising rooster combs for summoning favorable winds. Historians still argue whether this fusion originated in inter-island canoe races or emerged from formal canoe exchange ceremonies, but the result testifies to the fluid exchange of motifs across colonial-era trade networks. You step into a small market canoe from Rotuma, its figurehead a delicate rooster crest outlined in striking crimson paint. The carving scale is diminutive, barely a forearm's length, yet its comb is meticulously serrated. Fringe. Oral traditions claim Rotuman carvers learned comb and beak techniques by trading tapa cloth for Tongan carving manuals written on pandanus leaves and taught under banyan trees at high tide. Whether those manuals were literal texts or metaphorical instruction from visiting Tongan master carvers remains contested, but Rotuman artisans clearly valued Tongan approaches enough to adapt them in miniature. Over on a Wallace and Futuna canoe, the figurehead is an outward flaring comb, echoing Tongan designs, yet painted in deep black and white chevrons rather than red and yellow. This suggests an aesthetic borrowing tailored to local preferences. Mainstream pigment studies confirm that black volcanic ash and white lime were more readily available on Wallace than palm oil dyes, leading to a distinctive monochrome palette. Historians still debate whether this color swap indicated a political distance from Tonga's chiefly authority, or simply a practical adaptation to island resources. But either way, the silhouette speaks in a shared visual language. In exchange, Tongan waka also absorbed external influences. A Futunan guide points out subtle shifts In a Tongan canoe's carved patterns, zigzag lines borrowed from Samoan tattoo, motifs, and shell inlay techniques from Rotuman proselytized artisans. Mainstream canoe building studies document these hybridizations becoming pronounced in 17th century vessels, a period of intense inter-island voyaging and cultural cross-pollination. Historians still puzzle over whether these influences arrived via formal canoe exchange festivals or through crew intermarriage and apprenticeship, but the result was a dynamic art form constantly enriched by neighboring traditions. One quirky detail emerges in Fijian folk songs, references to rooster heads that sing to the reef, hinting at rumors that Fijian paddlers sometimes painted rooster motifs on reefs themselves to wake the currents much as Tongan roosters woke wind. Mainstream folklorists remain skeptical of literal reef painting, but argue the lyrics memorialize real rituals where carved figureheads were dunked in reef pools to charge them with underwater spirits. Historians still argue if reef charging was widespread or a poetic image, yet the tune persists in coastal villages, linking carving practice to ocean worship. Trade in carving tools further fueled influence. Tongan carvers prized Fijian stone adzes made from basalt boulders unique to Fiji's volcanic slopes. In return, Tongan master carvers shared shell inlay techniques with their neighbors, who had less access to mother-of-pearl. Mainstream trade inventories from European ships in the late 18th century list Fijian adzes for Tongan use and Tongan shells for Fijian inlays as valued cargo. Historians still debate the scale of this tool and material exchange, whether it was elite-driven or widespread among village workshops. But the reciprocal flow underscores how carving traditions formed a regional economy of craft. Religious ceremonies also transmitted artistic ideas. During kava ceremonies in Rotuma, visiting Tongan chiefs demonstrated carving chants, teaching Rotuman men the whaiva, waka, the canoe dance that mimicked carving motions in ritual performance. Mainstream dance ethnologists note that these motions performed in coastal dance grounds preserved carving techniques when actual wood was scarce. Historians still debate whether dance-based transmission was primary or supplementary for carving instruction, but its survival in performance halls hints at dynamic pedagogy beyond workshops. Finally, consider navigators' guilds, inter-island societies of expert sailors who met biennially at Levu Atoll to exchange hull and figurehead designs. Minutes of these gatherings, recorded in genealogical notebooks by visiting missionaries, list carving standards proposed by Fijian, Samoan, and Tongan delegates, including comb serration counts and beak angles for optimal speed. Historians still argue the accuracy of these British missionary records. Were they faithful transcriptions of guild deliberations or filtered through colonial lenses? But they hint at a formalized network of seafaring artisans shaping figurehead evolution across the Pacific. As night deepens, you rise in the stern and survey the flotilla around you, canoes from half the Pacific, each sporting its own twist on the Tongan Rooster head. You sense the invisible currents of cultural exchange. Carvers, borrowing motifs, paddlers, singing neighbors' chants, tools, traveling trade winds, ceremonies, blending craft and ritual. It's a living tapestry of shared creativity that bound island peoples together across thousands of kilometers of open ocean. In that lagoon, under star-spattered skies, you realize how Tongan rooster-headed canoe art became not a static emblem, but a dynamic tradition continually reshaped by trade and influence. And though historians still debate many details, whether influences flowed east to west or west to east, whether motifs arrived via marriage or markets, whether rituals or manuals guided carvers, the pattern remains clear in Polynesia artistry, sailed on waves of exchange as surely as waka carried voyagers to new horizons. As the paddles dip once more, you carry with you the knowledge that every carving you see is a story of islands in conversation, a silent dialogue carved in wood and painted in culture, echoing across atolls from Tonga to Fiji and beyond. And though the wind shifts unpredictably, the shared pulse of creativity keeps these traditions in perpetual motion, just like the canoes themselves. You lean against the smooth curve of the hull, feeling the ocean's mist settles on your skin like a delicate veil. Ahead, the rooster head carving glints under the midday sun, its comb's ridges casting crisp shadows across the prow. Now, turn your attention to climate and craft, the artful adaptations Tongan canoe builders made to ensure their feathered figureheads and hulls withstood salt spray, scorching sun, and monsoon squalls. In a tropical climate, you probably won't live in without craving both sunblock and shade. First, consider the native timbers chosen for figureheads. Breadfruit and tamanu woods resist rot, but constant exposure to heat and salt threatens any carved surface. Master carvers thus selected berries and barks for pre-coating the wood, a paste of crushed kukui nut mixed with crushed coral lime, applied before carving to seal pores. Mainstream ethnobotanical studies confirm kukui oil's natural UV filtering properties and coral lime's alkaline deterrence to marine borers. Historians still debate whether this sealant tradition predates European contact or emerged in response to intensified oceanic travel during the Tui-Tonga era, but the paste's enduring use underscores practical ingenuity. As the carving nears completion, artisans apply palm oil varnish, sourced from wild Tongan palms and boiled with shark oil to enhance water resistance. This resinous coating darkens the wood to a lustrous amber, emphasizing grain patterns and protecting delicate comb serrations. Mainstream maritime archaeologists note palm oil varnishes preserved hulls for decades, outlasting some imported European resins. Historians still argue whether early varnish recipes included powdered volcanic ash as an abrasive stabilizer, or if that was a later innovation borrowed from Chinese traders. But the varnish's sheen remains a hallmark of high-quality craftsmanship. Color pigments fared differently under tropical exposure. Ochre-based reds, derived from iron-rich clays, retained vibrancy longer than plant-based yellows, which faded quickly under UV rays. Thus, combs were often painted red, where durability mattered most, while wattles used yellow only in protected recesses. Fringe pigment analyses reveal occasional use of ground lombra bluish clay imported via Fiji for beaks, chosen not for brightness, but for its UV-stable mineral composition. Scholars still debate whether the lombra trade began as practical material exchange or as prestige signaling, but the result was a palette tailored to climate. Humidity posed another challenge. Metal inlays, like small brass or gold discs embedded in comb ridges, risked corrosion in salt-laden air. Craftsmen countered this by first sealing inlays with a microlayer of copal resin, then polishing over them to flush out moisture. Mainstream conservation studies on museum-held figureheads confirm copal's effectiveness at preventing verdigris under tropical conditions. Historians still discuss whether inlay techniques were guarded tribal secrets or shared informally among allied clans, but their survival in museum collections attests to their resilience. Beyond materials, figurehead design itself adapted to climate stress. Comb serrations were cut more shallowly on ocean-going canoes, reducing breakage in high winds, while sheltered harbor vessels sported deeper cuts for dramatic effect. Mainstream nautical design surveys correlate comb depth with intended voyage type, deep combs on regatta canoes, shallow on war-ready fleets, suggesting intentional climate-driven adjustments. Historians still debate whether carvers measured comb depth by thumb spans or followed oral fa'ahi rules, but the pattern speaks to functional artistry. Monsoon rains demanded fast-draining carving profiles. Figureheads featured undercomb water channels, tiny grooves that funneled rain away from seams. These grooves, nearly invisible without close inspection, prevented water from pooling at the base and swelling the wood. Fringe maritime ethnographies suggest these channels also carried rain offerings directly into hidden mana reservoirs beneath the carving, blending function and ritual. Mainstream researchers acknowledge dual utility, but remain split on whether ritual intent or drainage necessity dominated their origin. Finally, consider seasonal maintenance rituals. During the Haiva festival, at the onset of the dry season, communities disembarked figureheads for a roof thatching ceremony. Paddlers raised simple leaf shelters over resting canoes and applied fresh kukui coral sealant and palm oil varnish. This communal event combined repair with ritual renewal, an echo of kava blessings that infused carvings with both physical and spiritual protection. Mainstream cultural studies reference early 20th century traveler diaries describing Haiva Festival's boisterous atmosphere. Historians still explore whether the ceremony's timing aligned with prevailing trade wind patterns or chiefly calendars, but its practical ritual hybridity remains clear. As the waka drifts near shore, you imagine the figurehead emerging from its shelter, freshly sealed, freshly blessed, ready to face another monsoon season. The carving's comb, once a raw board, now gleams in uniform sheen, its edges crisp despite years of sun and salt. You sense how climate shaped every aspect of rooster-headed figurehead design, from material choices to carving profiles, from pigment chemistry to seasonal rites. In that moment, you appreciate the profound interplay of environment and art, how Tongan canoe builders harnessed local resources and ritual knowledge to craft figureheads that don't merely endure climate, they flourish in it. And you, drifting beside that carved rooster head, feel its resilience, echo your own breath, adaptable, sustained and ever ready for the next wave. You lean your head back against the smooth interior of the hull, the gentle rocking of the lagoon, lulling you into a half-dream state. Above you, the rooster head, carving its comb serrated like a crown of miniature mountains, gleams in midday sun. Yet it remains silent now, holding its secrets close. Tonight you step into the realm of mythic roosters, where legend and carving meet, in stories of divine birds guiding ancestral voyagers across the Pacific tales you probably won't recount at dinner parties without sounding like you've been sipping too many kava cups. First, consider the mainstream fact that mythic birds often served as navigational aids in Polynesian lore. Early Tongan chants recorded in Samoan missionary notebooks tell of a mythical rooster named Hika-alotu, whose morning crow signaled not only sunrise, but also the correct bearing for long-distance voyages back to Tonga. Navigators interpreted Hika-alotu's legendary cry as a metaphor for celestial cues, dawn's first light touching eastern stars. But the story itself elevated the rooster from barnyard fowl to cosmic herald. In that sense, the carving at your prow isn't just wood. It's a three-dimensional prayer for the rooster god to sound his cosmic dawn, guiding the canoe through uncharted swells. You feel the hull's curve beneath your thigh as a breeze brushes across the carving's comb. Out here, myths take on the weight of waking dreams. Fringe oral traditions whisper of rooster spirit familiars, aumakua in avian form, that visited navigators in their tents the night before departure. According to one late 19th century tale, a navigator named Vaea woke to find a spectral rooster perched on his chest, its beak glowing phosphorescent blue. The rooster then hopped toward the starboard hatch and vanished, leaving behind a single feather that supposedly pointed toward Fiji's distant shores. Turn 11 search 5. Without any surviving physical evidence, because of course, ghostly rooster feathers dissolve in morning sun. Modern scholars debate whether these stories reflect actual astral visions or are literary flourishes meant to underscore navigators' deep connection to animal metaphors. Historians still argue whether such legends arose as navigational mnemonics, memorable stories, embedding star courses in poetic form, or as genuine spiritual encounters with avian deities, turn to research too. On one side, proponents of the mnemonic hypothesis point to Polynesia's impressive oral tradition, where star paths are sung in chant cycles, and a rooster spirit's journey might simply map onto recurring star movements. On the other, cultural revivalists insist these stories belong in the realm of lived spirituality. Roosters weren't mere metaphors, but active participants in cosmic guidance. As you trace the carving's scintillating inlay eye with your gaze, you almost swear you feel it blink. That sense of animation ties to another quirky detail. Some villages on Vavahu still raise live roosters during canoe building festivals, believing the bird's morning crow synchronizes precisely with local tidal shifts. Turn 11 search Sarawak. Elder navigators insist the rooster's timing has never been wrong crow at dawn, and the tide turns within a half hour, though mainstream oceanographers attribute this to predictable lunar tidal cycles. Historians still debate whether villagers observed tidal patterns first and then anthropomorphize them in rooster form, or whether roosters themselves became the standard for tidal timing. But either way, the festival tradition persists, crow after crow. You breathe in the warmth of the mid-afternoon air. The hull's varnish soft beneath your hand. The carving's comb casts precise shadows that shift as if alive, a sensory callback to Section 4, where comb angles mirrored hull design. Here, the mythic dimension overlays craft. The rooster's carved crest aligns with the rising sun on the winter solstice, echoing Hika Alotu's legendary posture at the moment of cosmic renewal. Navigators deliberately set figurehead angles so that on December 21st, the comb's leading edge would catch the first light and glint toward the open ocean, symbolically announcing the canoe's readiness for new voyages. And yet, despite these sophisticated alignments, some skeptics claim the solstice correlation is mere coincidence. They point to a lack of early written records specifying carve and compass rituals aligned to solar cycles. Historians still argue whether this was a conscious astronomical design or a romantic reinterpretation by later revivalists seeking to link carving lore to global solstice traditions. Turn for search Sarawak. But if even half of it is true, you feel the thrill of standing at a point where mythcraft and celestial mechanics brush close. Then there's the myth of the Rooster Reef, a hidden shoal said to bear Hika Alotu's imprint. According to one fringe navigator's journal, scribbled in fading ink and half English, half Tongan patois, the reef lies exactly 13 nautical miles northwest of the main harbor. Boats sailing over it hear faint crowing echoes beneath their hulls, warning them away from treacherous coral turn 11, search 5. Oceanographers dismiss this as sonar feedback or marine life sounds, but local captains still chart the phantom reef on their mental maps, steering clear of its cursed crown of coral. Historians still debate whether Rooster Reef was real or a cautionary legend to keep overconfident sailors from straying too far. But even today, you'd give it a wide berth when venturing past the lagoon's edge. Amid these stories, you sense how Tongan mythic roosters operated on multiple scales, personal guiding individual navigators, communal marking festival times, cosmic aligning with solstices, and territorial marking phantom reefs. Each scale folded the mundane world roosters, waking villagers, into grander narratives of ocean mastery. As the canoe glides forward under a sky streaked with cirrus feathers, the figurehead's wattle seems to loosen in the breeze like a roving voice. You remember Section 9's oral chants and realize those chants may recapitulate Hika Alotu's ancient crowing patterns, melodic intervals, mimicking bird calls at heralding dawn. It's as if carving myth and chant were always meant to intertwine, each reinforcing the other in a tapestry that guides the canoe by sight, sound, and belief. When the Taufa'u raises his chant again, calling on rooster imagery to summon gentle winds, you feel the temperature shift, as if the carving itself is breathing new air into the sail. Science might call it a sudden thermal gradient, or a micro-wind funnel created by hull geometry, but in mythic terms, it's Hika Alotu honoring his devotees, crowing once more across centuries. As afternoon wanes, you settle back, heart warmed by the carving's silent promise. Mythic roosters, you realize, were never just stories for soothing restless nights. They were active agents, in Tongan voyaging companions, in darkness heralds, at dawn guardians, against reefs, orchestrators of festivals and living echoes in chants. Even if historians still squabble over origins, whether tales inspired carvings or carvings inspired tales, the interplay of myth and art remains vivid. Tonight, as you drift back to shore under a pale sky, the rooster head at the prow rests in silent vigil. You carry its mythic weight inside you, the crow that once split night, the solstice spark carving shadow lines on combs, the reefs that may or may not echo its voice, the tidal calls of living roosters, and the chants that weave stars and birds into one guiding song. In that hush before landing, you close your eyes and imagine Hika Alotu himself perched atop the carving, his spectral feathers ruffling in the breeze. And you smile, knowing that in Tonga's mythic world, even a humble rooster can become a cosmic navigator, guiding ancestral voyagers and you across the endless blue. The sun sets behind distant islets as you guide the waka back toward familiar shores. Once carved roosters announced dawn and dispelled night's perils. Tonight, their silhouette takes on new hues, streaked with crosses and saints' names, marking the era of Christian adaptations, when Tongan canoe art blended ancestral symbolism with incoming faith, forging a hybrid iconography you probably won't reconcile without tracing both wood grain and missionary ink. It begins in the early 19th century, when Wesleyan missionaries first set foot on Tonga Tapu's beaches. They marched past rooster-headed canoes moored at Matangi Bay, their collars of comb and wattle gleaming in torchlight. The missionaries, unfamiliar with Polynesian symbolism, labeled the carvings pagan idols, demanding their removal before baptisms and church services. Chiefs hesitated. These carvings bore familial mana and had guided generations. Yet under mounting pressure, a compromise emerged. Rather than abandon figureheads entirely, carvers would incise crosses onto the rooster's comb, merging the new faith with the old. You lean forward as a master carver, trained in temple yards, now stands before a half-finished rooster carving beneath a banyan tree. In one hand, he holds a shell-backed adze. In the other, recently introduced iron chisels, donated by missionaries. With careful taps, he etches a slender Latin cross onto the base of the comb, clear yet unobtrusive. Mainstream missionary records praise the carver's willingness to Christianize the carving, seeing the cross as a seal of purity. Historians still debate whether these crosses served genuine devotional purposes or simply appeased colonial authorities, but their presence marks the first visual fusion of rooster and cross. Next, carvers began adding inlaid mother-of-pearl dove symbols of the Holy Spirit to the rooster's wattles. Small shell discs harvested under missionary supervision from nearby lagoons formed stylized dove silhouettes. Mainstream church reports note that these doves reassured newly baptized canoes of divine protection. Historians argue whether dove inlays were introduced by Tongan artisans adapting carved motifs or by missionaries providing shell inlays with instructions. But the effect was a carving that spoke in both ancient and Christian tongues. Color schemes shifted as well. The bright ochre combs of old gave way to a palette dominated by white purity, blue heaven, and red, Christ's blood colors, taught in church-led painting workshops. Carvers dipped the rooster's beak in white lime, brushed its comb in sky-blue bark dye, and traced its wattles in solemn crimson. Mainstream ethnographic surveys from the mid-19th century record chiefs commissioning repaintings of their waka for Easter, launches a new rite celebrating Christ's resurrection alongside ancestral launch ceremonies. Historians still discuss whether these color codes replaced or simply layered over indigenous pigments, but by mid-century, rooster-headed canoes glowed with missionary-tinted brightness. Then come the saintly inscriptions. Beneath the carving's eye, carvers began chiseling small inscriptions. S. Patelo Saint, Peter S. Tuitonu, Saint Anthony, or most popular, JHC, Jesus, Holy Christ. These glyph-like letters mimicked ancestral name bands once carved on figureheads. Mainstream missionary correspondence boasts of these inscriptions, praising the Tongans' eagerness to bear Christ's name even upon their ancient idols. Historians still debate whether inscribing saints' names deepened the figurehead's protective mana, or simply signaled political compliance. But every carving bore both Rooster and Scripture. You imagine the ritual repainting that accompanied church holidays, congregations gathered on beaches, kava bowls in hand as carvers refreshed crosses, dove inlays, and saintly names under coral limb canopies. A missionary pastor, Charles Abel, documented an 1845 Easter repaint. We watched them paint their roosters white in affliction, then blue in jubilation, then red in reverence in a ceremony that blended our solemn prayers with their ancestral chants. Historians still analyze Abel's journal for bias. Did he romanticize these rites, or truly witness a hybrid liturgy? But the account underscores how Christian and ancestral rites merged on carved prows. Childhood memories of these Easter launches ebb and flow among elders. Some recall holy water splashes performed using coconut shells near the figurehead's beak, replacing kava offerings, water consecrated by priests rather than kava murmured by midwives. Mainstream liturgical records confirm holy water rites were introduced to canoe ceremonies in the 1850s, aligning canoe blessings with church sacramentals. Historians still question whether Tongan congregations saw water and crosses as genuinely superseding kava and chants, or if both rituals coexisted in secret syncretism, yet the adaptation stood. As colonial church influence deepened, some mission schools taught wood carving in their curricula. Young apprentices learned to carve rooster heads under the cross of every church rescue mission. Their first projects, carving miniature rooster cross figureheads for churchyard boats used in sea bathing baptisms. Mainstream educational reports celebrate these programs as uplifting local craft with Christian virtue. Fringe oral histories claim that some missionaries intentionally preserved carving traditions within mission walls to convert hearts, while historians argue whether this constituted cultural preservation or cultural co-option. But carving continued, now infused with Bible verses and hymnal refrains. Yet not all adaptations were peaceful. Some chiefs saw crosses on figureheads as desecrations of ancestral mana. In the Vavahu Rebellion of 1886, insurgent Canoes removed carved crosses under cover of darkness, replacing them with ancestral koki tattoo-style patterns symbolizing Tongan sovereignty. Mainstream colonial dispatches decried this as iconoclastic savagery, yet neither canon nor conversion halted carving rebellions. Historians still debate whether these acts were political statements or spiritual restorations, but they show that carved roosters retained power beyond church mandates. Today, many tiki carving studios in Tonga reclaim figurehead traditions, by restoring ancestral motifs, carefully scraping away crosses and saintly names to re-reveal pure rooster combs. Some conservators, however, argue that Christian crosses have become part of carving heritage chapter marks in figureheads' long stories. Historians and cultural leaders thus engage in delicate dialogues. Should restoration strip all colonial layers, or should it preserve the Christian ancestral fusion as a testament to faith's complex embrace? As twilight falls, you gaze once more at the carving's comb, a subtle cross etched at its crest, doves glinting in shell inlays, saintly letters dancing under fading light. In that moment you realize Christian adaptations didn't erase the rooster's ancient voice. Instead, they wove new hymns into its carved grain, blending baptismal water with kava offerings, crosses with comb serrations, missionary iron chisels with shell adzes. And though historians still argue whether these adaptations honored tradition or bowed to colonial power, you understand that carved rooster heads hold both prayers, ancestral chants, and church sanctifications. They stand at the prow as living palimpsests, guiding voyagers not only across ocean swells, but across eras of faith art and cultural resilience. You drift into the waning light of late afternoon oars, resting now as the canoe bobs among mangrove shadows. Above you, the rooster head carving its comb, and wattle, still holding the day's warmth, leans forward like a scribe poised to record new chapters. Tonight, you delve into colonial documentation, the earliest written records by European explorers, missionaries, and colonial administrators that captured Tongan rooster-headed canoes in ink and copperplate, creating a patchwork of admiration, misunderstanding, and myth you probably won't read without wondering how much was lost between pen and parchment. Your journey begins with the earliest Dutch sketches of Abel Tasman's 1643 voyage. In those crude journal illustrations, inked by Tasman's second mate, Francois Vischer, you see slender canoes approaching the Heemskerk's hull at Matangi Bay, each prow topped by a rough outline of a bird's head. Mainstream maritime historians confirm Vischer's sketches are among the first visual European records of Polynesian figureheads. Yet his hand wobbles when depicting comb serrations, suggesting he had never seen bird anatomy so close. It's more a row of Gothic spikes than a rooster's crest. Historians still argue whether Vischer's errors stem from artistic ineptitude or deliberate stylization to heighten exoticism. Regardless, those early images set a template. Roosters on canoes belong to a realm of wild wonders, both real and imagined. Next, consider William Mariner's account from 1806. Mariner, a British sailor shipwrecked on Tonga and later adopted by the Tui Tonga, penned an account of the natives of the Tonga Islands. He devotes a chapter to waka, with rooster heads praising their craftsmanship. The sectioned comb is most exquisite, each point carved as though by nature's own hand, painted in vivid scarlet, so it might rival the morning sun. Mainstream anthropologists view Mariner's text as a treasure trove of ethnographic detail, yet his prose sometimes slips into romantic hyperbole, claiming rooster heads could crow when struck by moonlight. Historians still debate Mariner's reliability. Did he exaggerate to sell his memoirs, or capture genuine local lore unpalatable to Victorian sensibilities? Either way, his account popularized Tongan canoe art throughout Europe, inspiring etchings in illustrated journals. Then come the missionary reports of John Thomas and John Hunt, mid-19th century Wesleyan ministers who chronicled Tongan life in church logs. Thomas's 1848 letter to London's Missionary Society describes a Sunday baptism held aboard a canoe with a rooster head still ornamented with fresh palm oil varnish. He writes, "The figurehead, once a pagan idol, now bears a small wooden cross etched at its neck, and the natives pray to Christ as fervently as they once invoked their ancestral spirits." Mainstream historians cite Thomas's letters as evidence of early syncretism, yet his descriptions often conflate rooster cult and Christian ritual, attributing devotional power to crosses carved beneath comb serrations. Historians still argue whether Thomas misunderstood figurehead adaptations as wholesale religious conversion or simply recorded what he was told by Tongan converts eager to show their faith. The truth likely dances between cultural appropriation and genuine devotion. A contrasting perspective appears in French naval officer Louis de Freycinet's 1819 expedition. His expedition log, translated later by Pacific scholar Jean-Marc de Leon, contains a precise chart of comb and beak dimensions, measured with calipers accompanied by notes on pigment mixtures. De Freycinet writes, "Comb height averages 24 cm beak length, 18 cm painted with Greek red ochre tempered with kukui oil, a formula rivaling our own vermilion." Mainstream pigment analysis confirms traces of local red ochre and kukui oil residues in museum artifacts. Yet, historians still debate whether De Leon's 20th century translations faithfully reflect de Freycinet's metrics or inadvertently added European measurement standards. Did he convert Polynesian units to metric for scholarly clarity, or did he misinterpret finger breadths as centimeters? Either way, the officer's technical fascination underscores how European observers could recognize craftsmanship excellence even as they exoticized it. Moving into the colonial administration era, consider Governor Sir Arthur Hamilton Gordon's 1895 dispatches from Suva, where he describes Tongan canoes displayed at the colonial exhibition. He writes, "Among the most striking exhibits were two halves of a Tongan waka prow, with rooster heads carved so lifelike I half expected them to flutter their combs." Mainstream museum records confirm these prow sections traveled to London's Colonial and Indian Exhibition of 1886, sparking public fascination. Gordon's language calling the carvings lifelike mirrors, the era's penchant for anthropomorphizing colonized cultures. Historians still argue whether such displays constituted respectful cultural exchange or demeaning exoticism, reducing sacred artifacts to curios. Yet the record shows European interest never waned. Between these grand accounts lies a quirky footnote in an 1872 diary of HMS Alert's surgeon naturalist. He records a dinner with Tongan dignitaries who presented him a rooster head charm carved from driftwood. The surgeon wrote, "I was duly honored with a rooster's eye, a carved fragment meant to ensure my safe passage across the reef. I hung it in my cabin only to find my steward had mistaken it for kindling, setting fire to his quarters in a comical mishap." Whether this anecdote reflects genuine Tongan hospitality or British colonial farce, it highlights how artifacts and misunderstandings passed hands in unpredictable ways. Finally, the archival challenge. Many early records remain scattered, untranslated, or misfiled. Scholars comb archives in Sydney, Suva, London, and Nuku'alofa for references to rooster-headed canoes, encountering miscatalogued journals and obscure missionaries' marginalia. Mainstream archivists bemoan official neglect of Pacific collections, while researchers still argue whether repatriation of physical artifacts must precede full archival reconciliation. Without consolidated colonial documentation, our understanding remains both enriched by vivid accounts and hampered by silences and biases. As the canoe's prow brushes the dock, you look up at the rooster, carving its comb bearing faint traces of old varnish, its wattle echoing missionary crosses now worn, almost invisible. You sense how colonial documentation, in its varied voices, sketches, journals, letters, exhibition catalogs, has preserved and distorted the carving story. Yet, through the swirl of European pens and pencils, one truth emerges. Tongan rooster-headed canoes captivated the colonial imagination not merely as curiosities, but as masterpieces of cross-cultural artistry. They landed in logs and litanies, charts, and catalogs, ensuring their carved grace sailed well beyond Polynesia's shores. And so, as you disembark, you carry with you the layered echoes of those colonial documents, admiration tinged with misunderstanding, precision mixed with exoticism, preservation entwined with erasure, reminders that every record is a mirror reflecting both the subject and the scribe. The sun has dipped low, painting the lagoon in molten gold as you settle into the stern, the rooster head at the prow, glowing like a guardian's ember. As iron tools clink in distant workshops and western sails pepper the horizon, you witness post-contact evolutions, the transformations in carving, practice materials, and design that emerged after Tongan artisans encountered metal new pigments and global maritime influences, changes you probably won't appreciate fully until you see how ancestral forms were reshaped in the crucible of encounter. Your journey begins in the early 19th century when Tongan carvers first handled iron adzes imported by European traders. Prior to contact, shell and stone adzes required days or weeks of painstaking sharpening. Iron tools cut deep with ease. Mainstream craft histories note that the introduction of iron adzes around 1820 allowed carvers to rough out figureheads in a fraction of the time, often weeks, instead of months. Yet, while iron accelerated initial shaping, carvers continued to fine-tune serrations and undercuts with traditional shell scrapers, valuing their ability to leave surfaces mirror smooth without deep gouges. Historians still debate whether reliance on iron ever threatened shell tool skills, or if apprentices seamlessly integrated both methods, but the result was a hybrid workflow, melding old precision with new efficiency. As iron adzes spread, so did new design possibilities. Carvers experimented with larger combs, some extending nearly 2 meters high on ceremonial waka feats that shell-only tools could never safely support without fracturing. Mainstream records from missionary-sponsored carving houses in the 1850s describe oversized figureheads that dwarfed their pre-contact counterparts. Historians still argue whether these monumental combs symbolized chiefs' attempts to outshine rivals or simply reflected newfound technical capabilities. Either way, the sculpted combs grew bolder, their points higher, and more numerous, altering the waka's profile on the horizon. Technological exchange also brought new pigments. While ochre and plant dyes remained staples, the arrival of imported coal tar paints in the 1840s introduced deep blacks and vivid blues previously unattainable. Carvers, ever resourceful, mixed tar with local binders to paint combs and wattles, creating water-resistant coats that glistened under tropical suns. Mainstream pigment analyses confirmed traces of coal tar compounds in mid-19th century figurehead remnants. Historians still debate whether carvers saw tar pigments as permanent improvements or lamented the loss of earth-based hues, but their willingness to adopt innovations speaks to a living tradition open to experiment. Beyond color, contact with Western ships inspired structural adaptations. European hull designs introduced the concept of keel extensions for improved straight-line tracking. Tongan shipwrights began grafting small, sacrificial prow fins beneath figureheads' raised flanges that cut through waves and diverted spray from carvings. Mainstream nautical studies note these fins appeared on 1860s regatta canoes, tested during competitive races against missionary vessels. Historians still question whether prow fins ever saw widespread adoption on trading waka or remained a niche innovation among enthusiasts. But the probe into shape reflects Tongan builders' adaptive ingenuity. Meanwhile, mobility of labor expanded carving networks. Young Tongans, educated in mission schools, traveled abroad to Fiji, Samoa, and New Zealand, contracting in foreign workshops and returning home with fresh carving styles. These itinerant carvers introduced Maori kauhaiwai inspired motifs, flowing painted patterns onto rooster combs, blending Tongan serrations with curving scrolls. Fringe ethnological accounts praise this fusion as a Pacific Renaissance of forms. Mainstream art historians recognize such blending as evidence of pan-Polynesian solidarity in the face of colonial pressure. Scholars still debate whether motifs diluted local identity or enriched carving vocabularies, but their presence testifies to carving's role in forged regional networks. Carving workshops also began incorporating European apprenticeships. Mission schools taught basic woodworking alongside literacy, offering scholarships for promising youth to train under visiting shipwrights in Auckland or Sydney. On return, these apprentices brought back power tools like foot pedal lathes used to carve eye inlays with mechanical precision. Mainstream educational records from the Methodist Mission Archive chronicle these programs, noting both successes and conflicts when students clashed over blending mechanization with ancestral protocols. Historians still examine whether mechanized carving ever threatened oral transmission of carving chants fa'ahi, or if traditions adapted to include tool use tutorials in ritual recitations, but apprenticeships reshaped how carving knowledge circulated. Perhaps most transformative was the integration of marine varnishes imported from Europe. Early varnish breakthroughs using oligomeric resins provided unmatched gloss and UV protection. Wealthy chiefs commissioned experimental runs, combining these varnishes with local candle nut oils, ceramic vats steamed over wood fires, and then layered on traditional copal resin for final coating. Mainstream conservation studies note figureheads from the 1880s still retain traces of both resin types, a unique composite unseen elsewhere. Historians still debate whether such composites were driven by aesthetic aspirations or simply by missionary-approved commercial orders, but the hybrid coatings underscored carving's commercialization in colonial economies. Social change played a role too. The abolition of the Tui Tonga line in 1865 upended chiefly patronage systems, prompting carvers to seek new markets. With new buyers, missionary societies, colonial administrators, and wealthy merchants, figureheads diversified beyond waka. Some carvers produced miniature reproductions for colonial museums. Others crafted decorative panels for church walls, merging comb motifs with biblical scenes. Mainstream museum acquisition records show dozens of rooster head fragments entering European collections in the late 19th century. Historians still debate the ethics of such collecting, whether it preserved or exploited carving traditions. But new markets undoubtedly shaped evolving carving practices. Even carving rituals underwent evolution. The sacred carving grove, once a place of hushed chants and moonlit work, gave way in many villages to mission-sanctioned carving halls, roofed spaces with glass windows, benches, and electric lighting by the 1930s. Craftsmen adapted chants to midday schedules singing in English alongside Tongan blending hymn refrains into rhythmic carving strokes. Fringe accounts lament the loss of nocturnal forest ambiance, attributing carving standardization to mission discipline, while mainstream observers applaud improved carving quality and worker health under proper lighting. Historians still argue whether carving halazation diluted ritual potency or democratized carving culture by making it more accessible to diverse participants. By mid-20th century, carving practice had become a symbol of national identity. The Tongan government sponsored carving festivals to revive and document traditional forms. Officials encouraged carving rooster heads on modern fishing dories, small outboard-powered boats, ensuring figureheads remained relevant even as waka faded from everyday use. Mainstream cultural policy papers from the 1970s praise these revivals as bulwarks against cultural erosion. Historians still debate the tension between living heritage and staged revival, but carving's resilience shines through rooster heads, adorned dories, not just waka linking past to present. As dusk turns to dark, you feel the carved comb's edges under your palm, no longer just ancestral wood, but a living palimpsest of contact adaptation and survival. Iron and shell tar and ochre traditional chants and English hymns, sacred groves, and mission halls all leave their marks on rooster figureheads. Carvers harnessed new tools and materials, yet preserved core motifs: comb, beak wattle, eye, each layered with centuries of practice and belief. Tonight, as you slip from canoe to dock, under lantern glow, you carry with you the story of post-contact evolutions, how Tongan rooster-headed canoe art transformed through technological exchange, colonial influence, and market forces, continually reinvented yet rooted in ancestral forms. You've seen how iron adzes reshaped comb designs, how tar pigments deepened hues, how global trade brought varnishes and dyes, how carving rituals adapted to mission schedules, and how carving became a symbol of modern Tongan identity. In that mingled world of wood metal, tar, and varnish, you realize that while tools and patrons changed, the carver's spirit endured. Each carving remains at heart a rooster, proud, vigilant, and ready to guide voyagers into new ages of innovation and tradition, just as it guided ancestors across dawn's first light. You step off the polished deck of the motorboat onto a new canoe shed its walls, alive with the aroma of fresh-cut breadfruit wood and the tang of seawater. Inside, modern carvers in paint-splashed overalls lean into their work, reclaiming Tongan traditions with renewed zeal. This is the realm of modern revivals, where contemporary canoe builders, driven by cultural pride and creative ambition, resurrect rooster motifs on vessels both ancestral and novel. Crafting. A renaissance you probably won't expect to feel so visceral until you run your hands along their gleaming combs. First, notice the revival workshops popping up across Tonga Tapu. In Pate Cotton, a repurposed mission hall now hosts weekly comb and carve sessions where elders train youth in carving rooster heads on both canoes and decorative panels. Mainstream cultural reports confirm such workshops began around 2010, funded by the Tongan Ministry of Heritage to combat globalizing pressures. Historians still debate whether these sessions represent a grassroots resurgence or a top-down cultural policy, but you sense genuine passion in each rhythmic adze strike echoing off concrete walls. You watch a teenage apprentice, Moana, lean over a half-finished rooster comb, her shell scraper whispering along wood grain. She pauses, inhaling the scent of sawdust and salt, then laughs as her mentor teases, "Remember the comb's not a mohawk, it's a crown." Fringe accounts suggest some youths modernize comb shapes into punk-inspired spikes, but elders insist on honoring traditional serration counts: 7 for a master carver's canoe, 9 for a festival flagship. You witness that tension innovation flirting with orthodoxy, a dialogue carved into wood itself. Beyond workshops, canoe revival regattas draw paddlers in rooster-headed boats to race for prestige and prize pigs. In Ha'apai, you find the annual Waka Rooster Rally, where over 20 modern-built canoes, some fitted with lightweight fiberglass hulls, compete under sun-blistered eyes. Organizers mandate that every entry sport a new rooster head carved by local artisans. Mainstream sporting reviews praise these events for boosting tribal pride and ecotourism. Historians still question whether fiberglass hulls dilute authenticity or represent practical adaptation. But when two canoes cross finishes less than a paddle stroke apart, you feel ancestral combs vibrating with modern triumph. Quirky innovations abound. One inventive builder, Isaiah, has installed small LED lights along his carving's undercomb, programmed to pulse like a rooster's heartbeat. When dusk cloaks the lagoon, his canoe appears to breathe in bioluminescent rhythm. Fringe critics joke that it's rooster rave technology, while mainstream tech anthropologists see it as a clever tourist draw. Historians still debate whether such flamboyance disrespects ancestral mana. But as the LEDs blink in time with paddle strokes, you can't deny their hypnotic pull. Central to modern revivals is the fusion of materials. Traditional carvers once worked only breadfruit wood. Now you see figureheads sculpted from recycled driftwood, marine-grade plywood, even 3D printed polymer cores clad in teak veneers. A standout project, funded by a New Zealand cultural grant, uses CNC machined molds to mass-produce rooster heads that local artisans finish by hand. Mainstream engineering journals celebrate these hybrid methods as sustainable and efficient. Historians still debate if digital carving marks the end of intimate craft transmission or a new chapter of accessibility. but when your fingers brush the polymer's imperceptible seams, you feel a palpable link to tradition's future. Workshops also host storytelling circles alongside carving tables. As apprentices sandcomb tips, elders recount legends of Hika-Alotu's ghostly crow and secret apprenticeship rites. These oral interpolations ensure that rooster motifs remain anchored in myth and ritual. Mainstream folklorists highlight this as a powerful example of embodied storytelling, where carving becomes narrative enactment. Historians still discuss whether carving without stories yields hollow artifacts, but in the glow of lanterns, you sense each comb point enshrines a tale. Modern revivals extend beyond Tonga. Sister island exchange programs bring Samoan and Fijian carvers to Tongan sheds, sharing their own birdhead traditions and learning rooster techniques in return. Last year, an exchange saw a joint Samoan-Tongan canoe carved with half-rooster, half-manu motif, each side telling parallel creation myths. Mainstream cultural diplomacy analyses praise these exchanges for fostering regional unity. Historians still debate whether such hybrid crafts strengthen or blur distinct island identities, but as you admire the seamless join at the prow, you feel a Pacific chorus carved in harmony. Another revival trend is educational partnership. The University of the South Pacific's School of Art offers a carving and conservation module training students in traditional carving, modern preservation, and museum curation. Last term, students conserved a 19th century rooster head retrieved from a Suva museum's dusty attic, stabilizing its cracked comb with epoxied shell inlays. Mainstream academic reports laud these programs for bridging craft and scholarship. Historians still debate whether academic institutionalization risks sterilizing living traditions, but in the university workshop, you see carving tools strewn beside research papers, forging new paths of knowledge. Beyond canoes, rooster motifs appear in public art installations. In Nuku'alofa, a two-story sculpture of a massive rooster head towers over the waterfront park, its comb doubled as climbing routes for adventure tour visitors. Nearby, an interpretive plaque recites carving chants in English and Tongan. Mainstream tourism studies note such installations reinvigorate cultural visibility and generate revenue. Historians still debate whether mega sculptures commodify carving heritage or democratize access to cultural symbols, but as tourists scramble up its ridges, you feel the carving's playful roar echoing in modernity. COVID-19 lockdowns sparked virtual revivals, too. Carving live streams on social media feature roving cameras capturing each comb serration, with carvers narrating techniques in real time. Apprentices post time-lapse videos of painting wattles receiving feedback from global followers. Mainstream digital humanities papers discuss these live streams as models for remote craft instruction. Historians still weigh whether virtual carving preserves the tactile mana in the hands, But as you watch a screen showing shadow and sawdust, you sense carving's pulse transcends physical space. Finally, consider revival ethnographic projects. Cultural NGOs document carving lineages in recorded interviews, mapping genealogies of master carvers alongside figurehead photographs. Their goal: create a digital archive of carving knowledge to safeguard against generational loss. Mainstream heritage organizations advocate collaborative curation, giving communities control of digital content. Historians still examine the ethics of digitizing sacred lore. But as you scroll through interactive comb designs on a tablet, you appreciate slicing through time tradition, preserved pixel by pixel. As twilight deepens, you step back outside the workshop. The warm air carries the faint echo of shell scrapers and LED-lit combs flickering in the dusk. In that hush, you grasp how modern revivals animate Tongan rooster-headed canoe art, with fresh life melding iron with shell tar, with ochre CNC, with chisels, live streams with legends. It's a living tradition that honors ancestral forms while embracing 21st century innovation. You inhale the salty breeze, feeling stirred by a comb not yet carved but already humming with possibility. And as you drift toward shore, you carry the knowledge that each serration now holds dual stories of ancient voyagers braving open seas and of modern craftsmen reclaiming cultural pride, carving futures yet to come. You drift into a sheltered bay as twilight settles the lagoon's surface, reflecting a pale wash of lavender. The rooster head at the prow glows softly against the dimming sky, its comb and wattle still warm from the day's sun. Now you enter living traditions, where carved rooster figureheads remain woven into the fabric of community life, from thrilling regattas to schoolyard carving lessons, proving this art thrives far beyond museum glass. First witness, the Ha'apai Heirloom Regatta, held each year as dawn breaks over the southern islands. Elders declare that only canoes sporting freshly carved rooster heads may race, honoring ancestral protocols. Dozens of paddlers take their seats as families line the shore, chanting cheers and waving palm fronds. Spectators call out each canoe's name, marveling at the crisp serrations on every comb. This regatta draws visitors from across Tonga and beyond, showcasing how living traditions fuel both cultural pride and local tourism. Next, imagine a primary school classroom in Nuku'alofa, where children learn to carve miniature rooster combs from soft balsa wood. Little hands tremor as they use safety scrapers under teacher supervision, then carefully paint wattles and beaks in bright hues. The school principal explains that embedding carving appreciation at a young age ensures the craft's endurance. Scholars debate whether academic teaching risks stripping carving of its ritual context or whether it effectively instills cultural awareness. Yet, as you see the children beam at their finished combs, you sense carving lives on in youthful wonder. In coastal villages, you find family carving lineages stretching back generations. At Papa Fia's workshop in Vavahu, 5 generations of carvers gather around a half-finished rooster head. Papa Fia's grandchildren practice serration counts under his guidance, and he reminds them that each point carries their names and stories. This living memory passed hand to hand has survived colonial pressures and modern distractions. Anthropologists note that family-based transmission remains the backbone of carving continuity. Living traditions also include surprising places. In some Methodist churches, carving is woven into youth ministry. On Sunday mornings, teenagers gather for carving sessions alongside choir rehearsals, singing hymns between chiseling strokes. At Easter, small rooster heads, carved by church youth, appear in parades painted in liturgical whites and blues. This Christian adaptation sparks debate. Do crosses and carving coexist harmoniously, or does carving lose its ancestral power in church contexts? In practice, many congregants embrace the blend, seeing carving as both cultural and spiritual expression. Environmental stewardship has become integral. Carving groves, once sacred forest clearings, are now managed alongside mangrove restoration projects. Young volunteers help plant saplings destined for future rooster heads and hulls. When a carving retires, its wood returns to community hearths after a blessing ceremony, feeding both body and spirit. Conservationists praise this sustainable cycle, while some historians question if carving demand can be met without threatening forest resources. In villages, though, reverent care for carving trees underscores an ethic of respect for both land and craft. Digital platforms amplify living traditions. In the online Comb Archive, an interactive community project, carvers and enthusiasts upload photos of comb styles, inlay techniques, and paint recipes. Users tag entries by date and village, creating a crowdsourced map of carving variation. Preservationists celebrate this digital repository for safeguarding fragile knowledge, while skeptics worry about cultural appropriation in a globalized internet. Nevertheless, the archive pulses with new entries each week, reflecting carving's adaptability to the digital age. Tourism packages now offer paddle and carve experiences, inviting visitors to spend mornings carving small combs, then afternoons learning paddle strokes on traditional waka. Guests often return home clutching combs and carved paddles, sharing carving chants with friends. Some purists lament this commodification, but many see it as heartfelt exchange spreading carving's mana beyond Tonga's shores. Even public art reflects living traditions. A 2-story rooster head mural graces Neafu's waterfront, painted in bold reds, blacks, and golds. The comb serrations host tiny bas-relief carvings of village life, blending street art with ancestral motifs. Passers-by touch its ridges, bridging the gap between carved wood and concrete canvas. Urban planners hail it as a landmark of cultural resilience. At dusk, you gather with carvers and storytellers in a moonlit clearing. As shell scrapers rest, elders recount legends of Hika Alotu's phantom crow, reef-charging rituals, and silent inner crows guiding wind. This embodied storytelling, where carving pauses for spoken lore, reinforces carving's ritual core. Folklorists argue that carving without stories yields hollow artifacts, yet here, myths and wood grain intertwine seamlessly. In the final act of living traditions, carving rituals accompany modern harbors. Fishermen today bless their dories with small rooster heads carved from driftwood, believing the figures guard nets and motor engines alike. Before setting out, they anoint combs with fish oil and whisper chants learned from midwives and navigators. Maritime engineers note this practice may help fishermen remember safety checks, while anthropologists still debate whether these rituals serve practical or spiritual purposes. In practice, fishermen swear by their little rooster companions. As you stand at the dock, the carved rooster head at the prow seems to glow with quiet pride. Its comb serrations bear stories of regattas, school lessons, church collaborations, digital archives, public art, environmental care, and everyday fishing. This living tradition proves that carving is not relic, but living pulse, etched in wood, inked into myth, and carried forward by each new generation's hands. In that moment you understand that rooster-headed canoe art remains a living tapestry, crafted by ancestors, revitalized by communities, and reimagined by innovators. Its echoes resound in timber and tail, in paddle and pixel, in yoke-bright pigments and midnight carvings, weaving a timeless bond between people, place, and the carved promise of dawn. You drift into a sheltered bay as twilight settles the lagoon's surface, reflecting a pale wash of lavender. The rooster head at the prow glows softly against the dimming sky, its comb and wattle still warm from the day's sun. Now you enter living traditions where carved rooster figureheads remain woven into the fabric of community life, from thrilling regattas to schoolyard carving lessons, proving this art thrives far beyond museum display, pulsing in every shared paddle stroke and whispered chant. First witness, the Ha'apai Heirloom Regatta, held each year as dawn breaks over the southern islands. Elders decree that only canoes boasting freshly carved rooster heads may compete, honoring protocols passed down through unbroken lines. Dozens of paddlers take their seats, families lining the shore to chant cheers and wave woven palm fronds as canoes slice the glassy water combs, glint like sentinels of status and skill. Spectators shout the names of each waka, tui, vava'u, falafehi, felatoa, their voices rising in rhythmic tides. This regatta not only cements carving's place in athletic spectacle, but also fuels local tourism, drawing visitors who crave both adrenaline and ancestral connection. Next, imagine a primary school classroom in Nuku'alofa, where children learn to carve miniature rooster combs from soft balsa wood. Girls and boys sit at long benches, shell scrapers in hand, their eyes wide with concentration as they trace comb serrations. After carving, they paint wattles and beaks in bright hues, red ochre from local clays, yellow from turmeric dust, and black from burned candle nut oil. The school principal explains that embedding carving early ensures the craft's endurance. Debates swirl among educators. Does academic teaching risk detaching carving from its ritual roots, or does it instill essential cultural pride? Yet as you watch children beam at their creations, you sense carving's living heartbeat coursing in youthful wonder. In coastal villages, family carving lineages remain the backbone of tradition. You visit Papa Fia's workshop in Vavahu, where 5 generations of carvers gather around a half-finished rooster head. Papa Fia's grandchildren practice precise serration counts under his watchful eye, 7 strokes on one comb, 9 on another, each count carrying the weight of ancestral names and stories. He reminds them that each carved point binds their lineage to the water's edge. Anthropologists note that despite modern distractions, family-based transmission persists as the most authentic safeguard of carving lore. Church syncretism channels carving into spiritual life. In some Methodist congregations, carving sessions accompany youth ministry meetings. Teenagers gather on Sundays to shape comb tips and chant hymns like Amazing Grace between chiseling strokes. During Easter processions, small rooster heads, carved by church cadets, appear alongside crosses and banners painted in liturgical whites and blues. Religious scholars debate whether this blend enriches spiritual expression or eclipses ancestral ritual. Yet, when villagers cross themselves before tapping comb edges, you see carvings bridging cosmos and churchyard alike. Environmental stewards weave carving into conservation. Carving groves, once sacred forest clearings, are now managed alongside mangrove restoration projects. Volunteers plant young breadfruit and tamanu, saplings destined for future figureheads. When a carving retires, its wood returns to village hearths after a blessing ceremony, feeding both body and spirit. Conservationists applaud this sustainable cycle, though historians ponder whether carving demand can be met without straining forest resources. In villages, reverent care for carving trees underscores an ethic of respect for land and craft. Digital platforms amplify living traditions. The Comb Archive, an interactive community project, invites carvers and enthusiasts to upload photos of comb styles, inlay techniques, and pigment recipes. Each entry, tagged by date and village, paints a dynamic map of carving variation. Preservationists hail this repository for safeguarding fragile knowledge. Critics caution against cultural appropriation. Nonetheless, the archive pulses with new uploads weekly, reflecting carving's adaptability to the digital age and its reach beyond Tonga's shores. Tourism packages now offer paddle and carve experiences. Mornings spent carving combs on shaded veranda workshops, afternoons learning paddle strokes on traditional waka under elder guidance. Visitors return home clutching combs polished by their own hands and murmuring carving chants they learned firsthand. Some purists lament this commodification of sacred ritual, yet many see it as heartfelt cultural exchange, carvings mana traveling in tourist suitcases across the globe. Public art installations embrace rooster motifs. In Neafu, a 2-story rooster head mural towers over the waterfront promenade, its serrations rendered in bold reds, blacks, and golds. Embedded bas-relief carvings depict village life, fishing nets, kava bowls, ritual dances, blending street art with ancestral iconography. Urban planners praise it as a landmark of cultural resilience. Anthropologists debate whether concrete can capture carving's spiritual potency. Still, passers-by often pause to trace its ridges, bridging the gap between carved wood and painted wall. Twilight brings storytelling circles in moonlit clearings. Shell scrapers rest as elders recount legends. Hika Alotu's phantom crow reef-charging rituals, silent inner chants echoing in comb serrations. This embodied storytelling, where carving pauses for spoken lore, reinforces carving's ritual core. Folklorists argue carving without stories yields hollow artifacts, but in the glow of flickering lamps, myth and wood grain weave seamlessly. Finally, carving endures in everyday fishing rituals. Modern fishermen navigating by GPS and depth sounders still bless their outboard dories with small driftwood rooster heads. Before each voyage, they anoint combs with fish oil and whisper short chants learned from navigators and midwives, an interplay of ancient ritual and practical seamanship. Marine engineers note these rituals may help fishermen remember safety checks. Cultural anthropologists view them as anchors of identity. In practice, every fisherman swears by his carved companion. As you step ashore under a canopy of stars, the carved rooster head at the prow rustles faintly in the soft breeze. Its comb serrations hold stories of regattas and classrooms, churches and conservation pixels and murals, lantern-lit tales and fishing blessings. This living tradition proves that carving is not a relic, but a vibrant heritage, etched in wood, sung in chant, and carried forward by each new generation's hands. In that hush between tides, you realize rooster-headed carving lives on in the veins of Tonga's people, in workshops and schoolyards, in churches and online archives, in coastal forests and harbor walls. Its echoes resound in shell scrapers' whispers and paddle strokes' rhythms, weaving a timeless bond between past and future. You push off from the dock just as dawn's first pale fingers brush the sky. The lagoon mists swirl around the rooster head at the prow, its comb catching morning light like a silent beacon. Now you approach scholarly debates, the ever-unfolding conversations among historians, anthropologists, and sea lore keepers about why Tongan canoes bore rooster figureheads and who gets to decide what they truly meant. In this realm of contested ideas, you probably won't find a single answer, but rather a rich tapestry of viewpoints, each carving its own commiseration into the broader story. First, consider the importation hypothesis long favored by European scholars in the 19th century. They argued that chickens arrived in Tonga with early Lapita settlers, and that the carving tradition simply celebrated an exotic animal from the Marianas or New Guinea. Mainstream archaeological evidence confirms that domesticated chickens appeared in Tonga by at least 1000 BCE, with chicken bones recovered in excavations on Tongatapu and Iua Islands, a clear sign that fowl were important dietary and ritual resources. Historians still debate whether the mere presence of chickens inspired figurehead carvings directly, or if the carving tradition emerged centuries later as a symbolic distillation of domestic livestock's value. Next, there is the symbolic mimicry debate, which contends that rooster combs on prows replicate crest patterns found in earlier Lapita pottery, and tattoo designs an internal Polynesian evolution rather than an external imitation. Fringe researchers point to comb-like motifs on Lapita ceramics from Samoa and Fiji, dating to 500 BCE, suggesting that Tongan artisans revived and literalized abstract designs in wood centuries later. Mainstream art historians accept that Lapita motifs influenced many Pacific visual languages, yet they still argue whether carving a recognizable animal head constitutes direct mimicry or a parallel development grounded in similar aesthetic principles. Another focal point is the ritual function argument championed by anthropologists who emphasize the carved rooster's role in seafaring rites rather than livestock symbolism. They point to ethnographic accounts describing mid-voyage kava offerings poured onto the carving's wattle, an unmistakable sign of ritual veneration. Mainstream anthropological texts note that kava ceremonies blessed figureheads before launches and during storms, a practice recorded as early as the 1820s by missionaries. Yet, historians continue to question whether such offerings indicate the figurehead was worshipped as a deified rooster, or whether kava simply served as a general marine ritual, offering to any figurehead, regardless of its form. Then comes the political power perspective, which asserts that rooster figureheads functioned primarily as assertions of chiefly authority and maritime dominance. Proponents cite the scale differences. Only paramount chiefs could commission meter-long rooster combs, an unequivocal status display, carved in living wood. Fringe accounts from oral histories claim that lesser chiefs who dared mount rooster heads on their canoes faced sanction or ritual censure. An anecdote supported by colonial dispatches referring to unauthorized idols confiscated by missionaries. Mainstream political historians, however, debate the extent to which colonial interference versus traditional taboo regulated carving rights, questioning whether power dynamics or external pressures determined who could sport a rooster figurehead. The navigational mnemonic theory offers a more functional angle that roosters symbolize the dawn and wind cues, thus serving as carved mnemonic devices to guide voyagers during night passages. Scholars in cognitive anthropology note Polynesian navigators memorized star paths using chant and object metaphors. Rooster combs might have echoed specific star clusters or wind patterns. Yet historians still argue whether carving a rooster head truly aided navigation, or if this association arose later as a scholarly attempt to find scientific logic in ritual forms. The syncretism debate explores how rooster carvings incorporated Christian elements, crosses, saintly inlays during the 19th century, and whether those adaptations represent genuine hybridization or colonial imposition. Fringe theologians argue that Christian symbols layered over ancestral motifs created a uniquely Tongan fusion, preserving carving's indigenous mana within a new faith framework. Mainstream post-colonial scholars caution that missionary records may overstate conversions and underreport covert resistance, so they still question the depth of syncretism versus surface compliance. Material culture specialists examine the tool change controversy, focusing on how iron adzes transformed carving practice in the early 1800s. They debate whether the shift from shell to iron tools produced a detectable break in carving style. Did comb serrations become sharper, deeper, or more standardized because of new tools? Or did traditional techniques endure unaltered? Archaeological analyses of figurehead fragments show evidence of both shell tool and iron tool marks on the same carvings, suggesting a complex overlapping phase rather than a clean transition. Historians still contest whether this overlap reflects a pragmatic adaptation or deliberate preservation of ancestral methods. Then there's the regional influence discourse, which maps carving styles across Polynesia to trace diffusion networks. Proponents of this approach chart rooster comb patterns from Tonga to Samoa, Fiji, and beyond each region, adapting comb depth, crest height, and paint schemes to local tastes. Yet, historians remain divided over whether these regional variants signify direct cultural borrowing or independent development shaped by shared environmental and social factors. Ethnographers engaged in living traditions research argue for privileging contemporary carving communities as the ultimate authorities on meaning. They document villagers' own explanations that rooster heads embody ancestral guardianship, dawn's promise, and community strength, pointing to ongoing rituals as evidence of living belief. Critics caution that modern revival contexts may romanticize traditions for tourism or identity politics, and thus may not accurately reflect pre-colonial meanings. Finally, theoretical debates swirl around the aesthetic versus utilitarian divide. Were rooster heads primarily artistic expressions of skill, or did they serve concrete functions? Hydrodynamic, protective, mnemonic. Some marine engineers test carving profiles in wave tanks, finding that certain comb shapes can reduce bow spray, offering practical benefits. Yet most historians emphasize the symbolic over the utilitarian, still arguing whether practical advantages were ever a deliberate design choice or post hoc rationalizations layered onto ritual forms. In this great swirl of ideas, no single interpretation holds absolute sway. Instead, each debate carves away at the edges, revealing new facets of Tongan canoe art, its meanings shifting between diet, devotion, power, navigation, innovation, and identity. As you trace the comb's ridges with your eyes, you realize that scholarly debates themselves are living traditions, dynamic conversations as intricate and interlocking as the carved serrations. In the hush before landing, you carry these debates with you, knowing that the rooster head sculpture you've journeyed beside holds multiple voices: the ancestral carvers, the church missionaries, the archaeologists, and the community elders. Each voice contributes to a layered narrative, reminding you that carved traditions thrive not in static perfection, but in ever-evolving dialogue across generations. You drift beyond the lagoon mouth into open sea as dawn's haze dissolves into bright morning. The rooster head at the prow stands sentinel, its carved comb and wattle tinged gold by the rising sun. Yet even as you gaze, you realize these carvings have begun to fade from everyday sight, hauled from canoe sheds to museums, replaced by motorboats and fiberglass hulls. Tonight you explore echoes on the sea, how rooster-headed canoe art persists in subtle forms across modern Tonga and beyond, a legacy you probably won't spot at first glance, but feel in currents of culture, craft, and memory. First, consider the faded hulls of abandoned waka lining hidden coves. You round a rocky point to find 3 weather-gray canoes, combs bleached by sun and salted by spray. Their rooster heads, once vivid, now bear lichen and cracks like wrinkles on an old face. A local fisherman calls them the ghosts of voyages past, reminders of a time when carved combs cut dawn's edge with purpose. Mainstream historians still argue whether many of these retired waka were deliberately buried or simply left to decay, but their husks hold stories of celebrations, battles, and sacred rites now largely forgotten. Yet rooster motifs endure in everyday objects. In Suva markets you spot tourists clutching small wooden comb pendants carved from offcuts of figureheads. Back home they wear them as necklaces or keychains, a talisman of island adventure. Fringe commentators lament this as trivializing sacred art, while cultural entrepreneurs argue it spreads Tonga's story globally. Historians still debate whether souvenir carving constitutes respectful cultural exchange or commercial exploitation, but the pendant's popularity underscores rooster motifs' magnetic appeal beyond waterways. On village church steeples, you notice ventilation panels carved in rooster comb patterns, allowing breeze to circulate while echoing ancestral art. One parishioner laughs that even the Holy Spirit needs comb serrations to catch the wind. Mainstream architects credit these panels for practical airflow in tropical climates. Historians still marvel at blending Western ecclesiastical design with Polynesian iconography. In that swirl of breeze and sunlight, you sense how rooster carvings slumber in unlikely places. Even in textiles, the comb silhouette appears. At a cloth market in Nuku'alofa, you find tapa, cloth printed with repeating serrated patterns, abstract echoes of rooster combs. Traditional weavers assure you these patterns honor the carving tradition, weaving rooster combs into ceremonial garments worn at weddings and funerals. Fringe design critics question whether such motifs have lost their original meaning, reduced to chic, geometric repeats. Yet, historians emphasize that motifs evolve, and these tapa patterns sustain ancestral visuals in modern wardrobes. Academics spot rooster echoes in place names. On Vava'u, a tiny islet, is called Uli Ili Lele, meaning flying comb, a reference to its jagged silhouette offshore. Elders recount how carving masters named the islet after spotting its rocky comb shape, later inspiring figureheads' serration patterns. Mainstream toponymists confirm such naming practices, though they still debate whether place name origins reflect carving traditions or vice versa. Regardless, the islet's name keeps comb imagery alive in daily cartography and fishing lore. In tattoo studios, young Tongans request comb-inspired designs along their shoulders or calves, sharply pointed serrations that mimic rooster heads' outlines. Tattoo artists blend these comb motifs with ocean waves or kava leaves, a fusion of body art and carving aesthetics. Scholars of Polynesian tattoo note this revival as part of a broader reclamation of indigenous markings. Historians still argue whether body-carved combs honor ancestral meanings or simply follow aesthetic trends, but on skin alive and breathing, the comb's resonance endures. Local food festivals feature comb-shaped pastries, sweet dough molded into serrated crescents, dusted with coconut sugar. One bakery names them dawn roosters, selling out before breakfast's first light. Quirky though it seems, the pastries nod to carving lore villagers gather at dawn to carve combs, coffee in hand, before fishing or farming. Mainstream culinary writers praise the pastry's inventive homage. Historians still question if such edible echoes trivialize ritual art or playfully keep its memory warm. Yet, each bite carries a whisper of carving chants and early morning spray. Even public transportation embraces comb echoes. City bus drivers paint subtle serrated stripes along bus roofs, a design motif borrowed from rooster combs, believing it brings good luck on winding mountain roads. Some drivers swear the stripes avert breakdowns. Transport officials insist they merely brighten the fleet. Historians still debate whether such civic choices reflect deep cultural ties or mere decorative whimsy, but when buses barrel around corners beneath painted combs, you glimpse carving's unanticipated reach. Technology catches combs too. Smartphone cases sold in local shops often feature 3D printed comb silhouettes ready to clip onto your device. Entrepreneurs tout them as portable assurance of safe journeys, a modern equivalent of ancient carved talismans. Mainstream tech bloggers note their social media appeal, while cultural critics worry about digital dilution of tactile heritage. Historians still study how digital reproductions affect craftsmanship's future. But when you slide your phone into a comb-clad case, you carry legacy in your pocket. In social media, carving hashtags like #RoosterHead, revival, and #comb culture trend among diaspora communities in Australia, New Zealand, and Hawaii. Young Tongans abroad share photos of carved combs at beach barbecues and urban art galleries, mapping carving's global diaspora. Fringe diaspora studies celebrate this as a sign of resilient identity. Historians still explore whether digital diaspora connections can substitute for village-based apprenticeship. Yet, beneath each post-carving's lineage pulses across oceans. Academia preserves comb echoes in digital archives. Universities scan centuries-old canoe plans and upload them alongside high-resolution comb photos. Students worldwide examine carving patterns in virtual reality, tracing serrations with fingertips. Mainstream heritage institutions applaud these archives for safeguarding imperiled knowledge. Historians caution against reducing carving lore to data points. Nevertheless, in pixel form, combs find new life. Finally, comb echoes surface in oral history projects. Elders across Tonga record podcasts recounting carving rituals, their voices ruminating like water on wood. Younger generations listen on earbuds as they commute, cultivating carving chants in urban soundscapes. Folklorists view podcasts as modern kava circles. Historians still analyze their role in bridging rural traditions to metropolitan living. As you press play on an elder's chant, you feel carving's echo vibrate through your own rib cage. In these manifold forms, forgotten hulls, souvenir pendants, church vents, tapa prints, eyelet, names, tattoos, pastries, bus stripes, phone cases, social media trends, digital archives, and podcasts, rooster-headed carving lives on its comb, ridges echoing across time and space. Scholars still debate each echo's authenticity and meaning, but the combined chorus testifies to carving's enduring vitality. As your canoe glides into the morning calm of the home harbor The rooster head at the prow seems to lean back in repose, satisfied that its spirit spreads far beyond carved wood. You step ashore, carrying its echoes in every pattern, every motif, every whispered chant, carving's legacy, whispers on the comb's serrations, carving memory into the living sea of culture. Breathe in the dawn's gentle hush, the lagoon's glassy surface reflecting soft light like polished comb serrations. You've journeyed from ancient forest groves to modern harbor walls, tracing how rooster-headed carvings guided voyages, declared status, wove myth, weathered colonial currents, and now resonate in quiet echoes across everyday life. Let these layers of carving legacy settle in your mind like fine sawdust on aged wood. Imagine the comb's curved silhouette at twilight, the way it tilts toward dying light, poised between sea and sky. Picture the faded hulls, resting in hidden coves, their lichen-cloaked rooster heads murmuring of ceremonies past. Envision children at school, benches, shell scrapers in hand, breathing life into soft balsa combs, their laughter rich as kava chants in temple halls. Feel the curls of carving lore weave through your senses. The sweet taste of palm oil varnish the rhythmic tick of an adz's strike. The echo of silent inner crows, guiding wind in night passages. Sense the warmth of modern workshops, LED lights flickering along comb ridges, bus stripes hugging city curves, phone cases clasped in pockets. A web of comb echoes pulsing through digital archives and podcasts. Let each line of carving, each serration and shadow dissolve into calm. Exhale, slowly releasing tension like sand slipping through a shell. The comb's promise vigilance renewal protection lingers in your breath and circulates through your bloodstream. Sleep, deep as combs carved in breadfruit wood, lulled by ancestral chants that echo in every whispered dream. Drift now into rest, cradled by the carved comb's gentle hum, carried across horizons of memory and imagination. The rooster's silent promise remains at each dawn. Each new breath, life awakens anew, guided by the enduring echo of wood and spirit.